Hi friends, Namaste, good evening. This is your host Ankit joining from Delhi. We have Kimberly Karoon joining us from North Carolina, Raleigh. Hi Kimberly, Namaste, good morning. Good morning.
Namaste and good morning or good evening to you and Kit. What a day, right?
Welcome to the Stary Saturday, and it's although it's all 7 days are holidays, but we always look forward to those weekends, and that is what we are right now. So
Well,
let's utilize the best possible weekend we can, and be always smile and always catch up with good health and goodwill.
we've got the weirdest thing going on, and I don't know if it's happening in India, but usually by May we're ready for summer. Like the weather's
Yeah,
warmer every day, but it's freezing. Like we had already got rid of the stacks of firewood and removed them to the wood pile and prepared for spring and
yeah.
summer, and it's freezing like frost. And then I was talking with someone in the New York area. They're expecting snow flurries, and I'm like, wait a minute, we're supposed to be global warming, right? Not. And so, what do you think of this? Is this happening in India?
So in India, I mean, we have different weathers in different zones. So when you go to up north towards Himalayas, so they have winters, not winters, but they have summer winters. So it's a summer day, but not that chilly. But there also, I mean, we have seen that there are a lot of not snow, but a lot of cold winds and thunderstorm going around. And also when you go a little down towards north and south, so it's all humid and all summer. If you go to Chennai down south, so they have a temperature of 40 degrees Celsius, which is more than which is around 100 Fahrenheit. But in Delhi, what we are seeing is that the weather, what is currently right now during COVID, during lockdown, the weather is pleasant. There is the sun, but there's also pleasant weather all around, and we have cold air, cold breeze going around. Initially, in summertime, it's all hot from morning 7 till midnight.
Yeah, it's
But now the temperature is good, and I think it's because of the lockdown and because the temperature and the weather and the environment is auto in a reboost mode, and I think it's good. But I'm not sure how good is it for agriculture in your country, but it generally it's overall it's good.
so we're having to cover up all of our plants because the frost will kill everything we've
Yeah,
done. The other thing that scares me are the trees are already leafed,
yeah,
and that is not healthy because the leaves, obtain all of their food and energy through the summer, and if they get frost burned, that's not a good thing. So I am a little concerned. These shifts in weather like this tend to bring us hailstorms, and those can be very, very bad. And the last two hailstorms we've had, the hail has been as big as a baseball. I've got photos of it. Yeah, I got. I'll see if I can put them on. But it's. I think this shift, like you said, we've cleaned the earth, and I think the earth is rebooting. Um, Good or bad, I guess we have to figure out how to live with it.
and also I'm very much interested to know what's happening to the glaciers in Antarctica and Arctic Ocean, because earlier they were melting, but I don't know what's going on right now during lockdown. And also in some parts of India, we have seen hailstorm in
Yeah.
this season as well. And that is
Wow.
strange because it never happened in those parts. Few parts, I mean, it's not all over there, but in few cities there are hailstorms in some hill stations and in some land areas as well. So, I mean, I think weather is in a recycle mood. I'll tell you. So maybe we can see a shift in seasons over a period of time. But I would like to see what's happening in Australia as well, because Australia's weather is always different from what we are expecting in our country. So maybe once Willie is up, we can discuss on weather. I
Well,
have
I have to
invited
pick up
one of
soon
the.
because I've missed Willie, haven't you?
I am listening to you, like, yes, seriously, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm inviting a couple of environmentalists to discuss what's happening around during weather. So if you know about the river Ganges, so environmentalist in India, she walked down to River Ganga and she just recorded a Guinness Book of Record. And she walked down the River Ganga from the point it started to the point it ends. It's a big river.
Right.
It's a holy river for us. So we go and pray, and whenever we have some cremation and whenever we have someone died, so we do all kinds of rituals and go to River Ganga and put all those things inside the Ganga River. So I'm trying to catch up her on IBM TV if she can join. And also there are a couple of more environmentalists, so it will be a good show. But I think environment is also keep on doing a lot of things which we are not able to do with those dollar notes. So I think that's a good idea, and I think we should work on it. But we should keep doing it
Yes.
because I'm afraid that after lockdown, if we still do the same thing what we were doing earlier, I think we can again go back to normal and go back to zero. So I think we should have some guidelines what to do and what not to do in terms of environment.
Abhijit had mentioned this as well, and I wish we could get him back on. I know that sometimes when he comes on, we've got a lot of people, but one of his things and initiatives were when we re-enter, that we re-enter with smart technology, and we re-enter with smart, um, what do you call it, fuel alternatives, right? That we don't just dive right back into all the gas machines that we were using. So he has this vision as well, and I think we need to focus on that, because if we just dive right back into where we were, excuse me just a second, my tea arrived. Good morning, people. I was running a little behind today, but anyway, and because it's so cold, I need my tea today because it's so cold. But anyway, so yeah, I just think that we need to be smarter when we re-enter, right? There's no reason to mess up the world now. And you keep bringing up, we still have all that plastic that just, it seems to be, and maybe we can continue cleaning that out and
Yeah.
and reusing it, like you said, melt it down and reuse it for 3D printing, which I think
So
is brilliant. I mean, there are so many things we could be doing and thinking about while we're sitting around, rather than whining about what's next, and just put it to use, right?
I think so. I mean, there are a lot of plastics available, and you can see while driving the road. I mean, I don't know. I know what's happened in US, but in India, I mean, there are a lot of big plastic dumps all around, and now it's not clean because no one is dumping like anything, and it's a process which we are following. So if we keep on following the process, and if we start recycling it, I think we can make it. And we need a lot of PPE gears in future as well. We need a lot of seals. We need a lot of these equipments. If we can make out of those plastics which we throw it like anything, I think we can recycle it and remodel it only for the medical industry. Because we require, I still believe we require billions of PPE gears over a period of time.
Well, and I think that there's also some due diligence that we need to stop throwing things away and trashing things the way, at the rate that we have been, and expecting somebody else to clean it up. And one of my biggest pet peeves is smokers. And I don't care that there's a bunch of you watching. I hate it when you guys put your cigarette out on the sidewalk or you flick it out of a car. One, if it's still burning, it could catch something on fire and burn it down. And two, that filter doesn't go back into the earth. It's there. It's not biodegradable, and it trashes the place up. I wish everybody would quit smoking, because I think more people die of smoking than they have of COVID so far. But I think that we just need to be smarter. Don't leave
Yeah.
things on the beaches when we go to the beaches or at the riverside, right? All too often I'll go to a riverside or a lakeside and I see Coke bottles and trash, and why can't you pick it up and carry it back with you? I
Yeah,
don't get it. I
I
don't get it.
completely.
And
I think,
recycle, people. The recycle centers do things with these things. It's not all turned into art. They actually do melt them down and do things with them. So but I think that we need to get our leaders to implement and enforce these things to happen. And I like the idea of a sabbatical for the earth once a year. Just 1 week, we all shut down and remember and be thankful that we're still alive after Corona. But and I think we're going to be continuously fighting Corona or a virus like it. We had some really good doctors on yesterday, and I hate that I
yeah,
missed a lot of it. But the infectious disease doctor and the other doctors, they all said the same message, that we can't, we should be fighting it. We should be learning how to live with it, build our immunities,
Yeah.
establish the disciplines. What were your thoughts on that?
No, no, I completely agree. I mean, the bottom line is that we have to create our immunity on our own, and government is there to help us to give us a platform. But we, as individuals, as global citizens, we have to come forward and do a lot of best practices. And fortunately and unfortunately, in a lot of countries, if 1% of population is outside creating a mess, it's spreading across. And that's what happened. What happened yesterday? I mean, Rakesh ji said that there was a flight coming from Pakistan, and there were a couple of people who were COVID positive, and they are spreading the corona right now in Hong Kong. So now there are 4 cases, and I was strange.
So
How
why
come
do they have a flight
yeah,
coming in?
the flight is coming? That's fine, but because they have small flights going around, but there is that means there is a protocol gap. They are not checking the people at uh,
So
at
they're not quarantining them when they arrive. They're not quarantining.
quarantine is definitely they should do. I don't know why they're not doing, but there is no screening as well. That's why that person is outside in Hong Kong, and now they have 4 cases.
So
That
you
was
want to hear
surprise.
something? You want to hear something interesting? I'm going to try to pull it up.
Yeah,
Um,
we-
our White House staff, the whole White House, and I don't know if it goes all the way down to all the senators, but they are being tested daily.
oh,
Every day they get tested. The whole staff, the president, everyone. From a report that I read, they are being tested daily, not weekly, daily. So what does that say? Now, why aren't we doing that to the whole US? And then he gets on the whatever news story. It says, we look like idiots if we, over test, right? And I'm like, I don't think we look like idiots if we over test. I'd rather caution and err on the side of caution and be cautious and overcautious at this point. And I disagree with our leaders when they say that we're just going to have to expect a lot of deaths if we're going to get back the economics back up. We don't. And again, Hong Kong screwed up, right? They've gone without any deaths or any new infections all this time, and they lifted their guard. And guess what happened, right? So we don't need to lift our guard. We need to keep the guard, and we just need to implement good practices. And like the doctor said, and I forget which one yesterday because there were so many good conversations. Pretend like everyone has it.
yeah. Doctor Ahuja said that pretend like everyone has it, and we'll automatically we will create a gap among us.
I'm
And you
gonna
know what happened? I'll tell you, Kim, what happened in India when you go and visit a doctor. How many people will accompany you?
how many what?
How many people will accompany you when you go and visit a doctor?
Oh, when I go to the doctor, none. But usually
In
one.
India,
But
in
usually
India,
one.
yeah, but in India we might have 3, 4, 5, 7, 10 people.
Are you kidding me?
Really?
We only do that if you're terminally ill, right? Like if you've got a terminal.
So I tell you, so we are like this basically.
I get it. I get
That's
it.
why. That's why. And when someone is ill, you won't. I know that there are families where they don't have that much big families, so they might be having 1 or 2. But our big families, and a lot of families are big, so you will find at night maybe 2 to 3% at night, but in the morning maybe 50, 20, 25 walking around, coming back and going back. Everyone is going and see you. It's a process. If you don't come to see anyone, then it feels bad that that person doesn't have time for us. So you have to keep on going and checking what's going on, and that's happening. That's India. So doctors were a lot of times when doctor invites someone for an appointment, so he finds 4 people standing behind and like this, waiting for what doctor is waiting to say. So doctor is like what to do. But now they're having so now they're only inviting one attendant at a time, and that should be the way, because that way we can segregate the population and segregate the people around. Because if you visit a hospital in India, it's like a city. It's like a small city. You will be amazed to see where are these people going around. If whenever you visit Delhi, I'll show you those places you have never seen it.
Wow.
So
I can't wait to see it. I
we
just,
have we have a lane in our old Delhi where only one person can walk down.
that's
So then,
crazy.
yeah,
Well, actually, that's in New York too. There are places in New York City
Yeah.
that the alleyway keeps getting narrower and narrower, and I'm like, how do I? You just feel enclosed, and how do people move around, right? But Chinatown is like that. As you go deeper and deeper in, the streets get narrower and narrower. But I just, I think that social distancing or physical distancing is going to be, like you said, one person to the doctor. I'm going to reinvent the hoop dress, right? If you got the hoop dress on, or if you've got like an infrared or some kind of beam, right? And that beam surrounds you, and another person has a beam, and your beams cross, then you're too close, right? So, but I really think, if the White House and president are doing daily testing, then I think that's how we're going to get this under control. Period. We need to go to ritual testing. Nick has said it from day one, COVID certification. Um, and I think if they have the money to do daily testing for our leaders, then they have the money to do daily testing for us. Why not have sent the stimulus check with a test kit, or vice versa? You get
Yeah.
tested, you get the stimulus check.
True.
Period. That to me would have made a whole lot more sense, right? Earn
Completely agree.
that check, damn it, get tested. But hear me out on
And
this.
I also think one more thing that whenever you go and visit a doctor, if because a lot of doctors in India, they are not charging money,
Mm.
or they might be charging reduced amount of taxes or fees, or maybe people are paying them because they're not asking for it, so they're paying them. So if we can gradually come and create a pool where if a doctor requires a PPE, if a doctor requires these kind of basic necessities, I think we as a community can bring out that, and patients who are visiting, they should keep on doing sharing those things, and same goes with. I was amazed when your federal government shared that guidelines postcard with you. If it comes with two masks, that would make much more sense to me, because that guideline doesn't work. I mean, it also has a
No,
cost.
it didn't do
Maybe $1,
anything.
$2. Yeah, so maybe a $2 cost or $1 cost. But if that comes with two masks, I think it would be good. I mean, but I
I'm
don't know.
gonna
These are
share
small
something
experiments.
else with you that the president sent. I'm gonna go get it and bring it in, and it didn't make any sense either. Why waste the stamp and the
Yeah,
paper and the
right.
envelope if you're not going to give me something that makes it worth my while? And like he said, they can send those thin masks, right? These, they could have had
Yeah,
this
yeah, obviously, yeah,
with this printed on it,
yeah.
right?
We
So
completely agree. Totally, yeah,
and it could say stay home or stay away,
yeah.
or 6 feet.
Certainly,
1 meter.
in fact, I tell you, in fact, if they don't want to send a mask, they can send you a handkerchief with the US flag, which you can put it on your, which you can put it as a mask.
If I were campaigning for president, I would be doing that. That's what my campaign would be, a mask with the flag on it.
And with a message,
Yeah, a message that says,
"Healthy America," something like that, basically,
yeah,
right?
God bless America, in God we trust, with a dollar
And people,
bill.
I think, if we have that mask with American flag, I think I believe all the Americans will wear it.
Or, we could do this, right? In God we trust.
Yeah,
Yeah. So there's so many better things we could be doing. And like Nick said, I got to quit. Sometimes I get on a roll with them, but, the sidelines, it's easy to say, but, that was somewhat intelligent to send, do this. But I agree with you. It would have been more beneficial if you sent me this and said, do this with gloves. Um, so I'm coming up with something. I'll you and I are going to do a business together that I came up with later. I've been talking with another doctor about this, but I'm very just kind of concerned that we're not testing enough, and there are rapid test kits out there that we can order, or bring buy the license bring it into our countries like India is doing, and manufacture yourself, and just test everyone. Just test everyone.
I asked this question with a lot of doctors online and offline, and in fact the pharma industry as well. So why they're not sharing the process and the licensing? Because of money, and also all the governments have some kind of contract where they will do all those things as law. They don't want to bypass that, and that is between the politicians. If they want, they can do it something over when there is a pandemic, and I think they should do it. But because of the money, power, and because of a lot of other things, they don't want to do it, because in the past they have seen the people take a lot of credit when he's not involved in that process, and they take a lot of credit, and they get more money than other person. And I think that is what is going on. And
Right.
you won't believe, I'm also, if you see the stats in detail, Germany is doing very good in terms of mortality rate, but apart from Germany, all the European countries are having a tough time. So maybe there are things which Germans are doing which is not been basically learned or practiced by the other European nations. So I think that every country is having some good practices going around, and I don't want to comment anything because I don't have a resource or a full source. But a lot of Indians around the world, they are following Ayurvedic medicines, and they are claiming that they are free from corona. I don't want to claim anything, but that is what they are claiming. And one of them is in New Jersey.
Well, and yeah, yay! We'll have to bring that one on. No, see, I'm not gonna disclaim anyone, because I think you can find your own immunity. I think you can build your own immunity. I think that all the doctors that have been on our show since day one have said immunity, immunity, immunity. I believe that stem cell will evolve into an immunity solution for us. Not today, but I think it's something we need to research and continue, because the more I understand stem cell, the more it makes sense to me that that is regenerating
Rejuvenating.
our cells, right?
Yeah,
Rejuvenating,
rejuvenating.
and which is very, very important. And if anyone's looking for a youth serum, that would be something I'd want to do. If I had the money, I would probably say, yeah, let me renew the cells inside my body. So I think we have yet to tap into the science that we need to be. I think we've spent way too much time and money on the same science. I have learned that everyone's talking about the vaccines. Supposedly they weren't supposed to allow any more patents on vaccines. Supposedly now, because that means viruses and all this stuff. I don't know how true that is. I'm going to have to go research the patent office. That's a lot of work, but here's my thing. Anything that is CDC, WHO, or global, and we're paying millions of dollars as citizens. I am paying, tax dollars, millions and millions of dollars to these entities to take care of us and make sure that we never have this kind of problem. I think that they need to be transparent. I don't think that there should ever be classified meetings like they were holding, because there's nothing that should be classified in health. There's nothing that should be in war, yes, but not in health. So if we're going to be global and we're going to be health, we need to get rid of the intellectual property, right? It should not, should not be any intellectual property in global healthcare. There should not be any patents in healthcare. None. How do you make money on it? You get it out there, and you make it happen. But you don't sit there and don't stop rebuilding healthcare, right? Don't stop rebuilding solutions for our healthcare. But that's just my opinion. We don't stop changing technology, right? Every day we come up with something new in technology. Well, I think our health is more important than technology in many, many ways. Of course, all the engineers are going to hate me after this, but seriously. And yeah, there are apps that we can do to make our health better. Why aren't we making an app to build our immunity? Is there an app to build our immunity? Ankit,
No, no,
is there?
So see, there are a lot of apps, but it's just that every company is working on for its own basically.
Right.
If we try to come together and create a world app that could work, and also I'll tell you, there are a lot of apps which you can follow, but we are not challenging in that app, and we need a lot of challenge. So suppose if we have a group of people and we keep on challenging each other immunity, and we test it maybe over a week or maybe bi-weekly, then we'll know who is at the charts. Because
Right.
see, it's difficult to I mean work for yourself on your app and no one is watching you, because then you can't show anyone that what is your immunity, and we always like challenges. So I think that if we do some kind of a challenge show or some kind of a game, I still remember. I forgot the name of the gentleman. So he was talking about they have a team of people with their son's friend, and then they challenge each other for healthcare. You remember that guy who came on the show? He was a part of NSBC and Google medical staff. He was
I,
a correspondent. I forgot the name of that person.
I'll remember. We'll remember in a little bit.
Yeah.
I
So,
agree with you.
so
It's
we
kind
can
of
do
like
that. I
the
mean,
world.
so you know that. I mean, Apple has a lot of apps. They have a lot of iWatch and things like that. But we have a lot of data. But we using the data at right place? Are we doing it? That we are not doing it. Everybody's talking about data, AI, machine learning, big data, things like that. But what's
But
happening? I don't.
we're not collecting all the right data either.
Correct.
We're not using the data we have properly, and we're not collecting all
Okay,
the right data.
tell me one thing. We have talked about drones. We have talked about AI. We have talked about automation of e-commerce. Why are we not using it now? Why we have to go to a store to buy stuff at this pandemic? If you have multiple drones
Oh, we
around,
don't. Well, India does, but in America, we can go to the dollar store online.
no, I
But
know
yeah,
that.
no, I get it. Why?
Definitely fine. No, generally, I'm asking you basically. Generally, I mean, we have a lot of technology, but we are not using it. In
We're
India, also,
not.
we are not using that. In India, the drones are only used by government staff to monitor and do a lot of other stuff. If you want to go for a drone thing, then you have to have a license, and then you need to know what and where are you flying. It's a flying object, so you need to take license for that.
Yeah.
But during this pandemic, drone could be a major task force. I mean, it could be one of the major front runners to work on COVID, because if I want to pass on something to you, drone can help us to pass on things. Why COVID is spreading across? You know that because of handshakes, because of meeting, because of closeness. If that work can be done by a robot or by a drone or by other stuff, I think we are good to go.
No, I think you're right, and I think we need to start using. One, getting learning how to fly a drone properly. If we're gonna like use drones a lot, we need to learn not just that, but the drones need to learn not to fly into each other. So we need artificial intelligence, which is something I was helping out with at one of the universities, is developing AI for drones because and then you want certified drones, right? You want drones that are certified to be in certain fly zones and fly spaces, and then you need to define them. Maybe some drones fly higher than others. Maybe some drones are meant to deliver at certain altitudes than others. Right.
And
So
every drone has their own. Yeah, so they have a USP, they have a radius where they can fly, and they also have
exactly.
a certain objective basically. And as far as the smartness is concerned, every drone which is flying in the sky, they have a smartness to know what's coming on, and they can, I think, block each other, so they can change little space in between. So I think they can do that. That's why we have those AI-enabled drones available. And now I think a lot of cops in India, they are using drones to monitor their, to sanitize, to in fact sharing a lot of information, and also to blocking people not to go out. That's what they are doing around India. But we need more of the drones and more people to work it out. But
Now,
the data, but that's
I
what we were
agree.
discussing last night, yeah, with Dr. Rahul. So we have a lot of data, and I was asking him how you are managing the data. So he said that we have data, but algorithms is we need to keep on updating the algorithms, and it won't work, and our brain is more sharper and all those things. But I told him that we have a lot of data, but we are not utilizing it. If we don't
Yeah,
use the data, we can't blame the algorithm, and we can't blame the computer that it's not providing the right information, because every company, every person has the data, but we are not using it.
I
And if we
know.
don't, I don't know what to do basically. There's
Well,
a
the
simple.
thing is so the problem is it became oversaturated. Which one's right? So
Yeah.
maybe what we can do is re-engage with NIST, National Institute of Standards Technology, and then there are a couple other standard committees, right? And of course, these are more U.S. based, but they were trying to make things global, kind of like NIST was responsible for standardizing red light, green light, yellow light. I don't know if you guys use red light, green light, yellow light in your country, but in most countries they standardize,
Yeah.
red means stop, yellow means
We
slow,
do it
and
here.
green means go. Actually,
And
yellow
you
means
also
go fast.
and you also have to mention about the blue lights because there is a lot of blue lights in US.
Blue lights.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of blue lights in around Baltimore area.
Blue lights? Like
Yeah.
a police officer?
No, no, I'm talking about the on the traffic post on the traffic light. So there's a blue light which says it's not a good zone at after 7. So maybe something like that. I don't know.
Oh, so that's certain. Yeah, I don't know much about
Certain
that.
area that there's blue lights. Yeah.
I live in the country, so I don't know much about the. There are so
I used to cross from New York to Virginia by car every week, maybe twice a week, and Baltimore was somewhere I was very scared of because whenever I passes by, I was little scared because of I know a lot of news and what's going on, so that is what, and I've seen those lights basically, so that is what, and
no.
usually at night time I used to drive.
Oh wow, yeah. I used to drive really late at night too. Many years ago when I worked in Florida and a couple because we worked on network switches, and that's when you work on them is late at night. Um, but I think if we can standardize, right, get a global committee, and that's what we have to do. It has to be global. It cannot be just the US or just India or just China. It has to be global. And then we standardize how it operates because this airspace that we want to enter into with drones can become very dangerous.
Yeah,
It really can. So you need drones that are certified, right? Because what we try to do in the US is we just went drone crazy. And anyone could buy a drone and have a drone from you can buy it at Walmart, right, or Target, and you can fly your drones all over the place, right? Except you can't fly near the airport, and they put it in a disclaimer on the little package you get. But do you think any of the people read it? No. Okay, so my thing is who authorized free for all drones to begin with, right? No. And then, like, I got this goofball drone for my house, right? It's just a toy. And it's just in the house and it only lasts 15 minutes. And that's something else people have to understand is the payload and the power time, right? How much power time does your drone have? Is it going to just drop in midair when you're flying? So we haven't figured that out. How far can your drone go? They're supposed to be what I call last distance haul. So to me, it'd be great delivery truck, right? Delivery truck comes to your building, the drone picks up the package and carries it to the door. To me, that's the way drones should be used, but not up and down the streets just yet. It's just too dangerous. Not enough people know how to do it. Have you trained to fly a drone yet?
I did it. I'll tell you. So I have a different story about drones. So I mean, I visited Korea, I visited Hong Kong and the US and Australia in over the period of a year. So what I've realized that there are two different people who are using drones. One is the scientific community, maybe e-commerce and things like that, who wanted a drone, so they are trying and tested maybe a pizza delivery or maybe Amazon, things like that. The other is gamers. So I've seen a gaming parlor. They are using drones, and you can go there and you can fly your own drones. And they have that rapids going on where you have to fly within the steep period and within those shallow and things like that. But I've seen that drones is more about. I mean, people are using it as a game. That buy
Yeah.
a drone and let's do a drone fight or let's fly a drone, things like that. But yeah,
Yeah.
but we are not utilizing it the way we need to. It's more of a gaming thing. In India, you can't buy a drone just going out in the market and buy a drone. It's not allowed. So only government officers with drone are allowed. But we need to work out a technology where if suppose a drone is flying, how can anyone monitor just by looking at the drone or maybe scanning that what is the drone all about?
Right.
Can we work with the technology where through laser light we'll get to know that this is drone from Microsoft, this is drone from Apple, this is drone from Facebook, or this is drone from IBM. So if
Yeah.
we have laser technology, I think we can track those things because they are so far you can't read what's there in the drone. You can just see an object flying. So I think we need to work on a lot of technologies, and that is what we need to share our hands. We need to share globally. We need to have some standard of things going on. Then only we can
So I
proceed.
think any drone that is not licensed can be shot down and
Yeah,
destroyed. One.
true.
See, I was talking with one of the directors of Homeland Security in transportation. That was his biggest concern, was drones taking over airspace that they shouldn't. And I go, well, I am 100% in agreement that, you know, if a drones is not licensed, one, to be in any airspace zone anywhere, then it should be taken away. Period. Yes, you have no liberty rights sometimes in America. People get over it. Um, Drones can become very dangerous. And if you can't differentiate a drone, one drone from the other, then it doesn't need to be in any airspace. So just like driving a car, right? Except the thing about drones is they can fly into my backyard, right? It don't belong in my backyard, but it can fly into my backyard. It could be belong to, you know, Joe Macaroni down the street, and he's flying his drone into my backyard. Yeah, I'm going to get the bat out and probably knock it into the next yard. Um,
Yeah.
or maybe I'm going to steal it, get a net, catch it, and disassemble it and reprogram it for myself. Drones, people don't know this, but drones are easy to hack.
Yeah.
If you're buying your drone, it's already open for hack. So if you don't know how to program it when you first get it, it's already got a hacker in it. I'm just telling you, I'm just giving you the truth. If you go take some drone classes, some real from real drone pilots and real computer guys. So the so I learned that. I was like, wow, that's pretty scary that drones come already pre-programmed with a hacker built in them. So, but I think that the drone should be something. Is that you ringing?
No.
It's really weird. I hear a bell.
Oh, bell. Okay. My mother is doing. My mother is praying right now.
Oh, well, it was a beautiful bell. I was thinking I was praying, to be honest with you. So, because I was like, I'm hearing my bell ring,
Yeah.
the bell ringing. Okay, so here's the thing: we need to be more careful about deployment of drones. They don't need to just be in anybody's hands. I think anyone who gets one needs to be licensed. Most photographers are licensed drone flyers. Yay! They all did what they were supposed to do. So majority of the licensed photographers or really good photographers who really wanted to up their photographer game, they went out and got a drone, and they also went out and got their license. Now, the one thing that they learned is they could not fly that drone in just any airspace or any church zone or anything. It's just like I own towers, and we were installing towers at one time for certain Wi-Fi matrices. And we learned that if the tower was above 120 feet, it would invade certain air zones and flight zone ordinances. So we had to be very, very careful. If we kept it under 120 feet, we could pretty much get a license anywhere, even near the airport. So you just got to look and research, right? Personally, I'm not a big fan of drones being in everyone's hand. I think it's dangerous. I think there are a lot of people out there who are just, there's either really not intelligent enough to have a drone or just have it for the wrong reasons. So, but yeah, that's one way technology can make a big difference in our lives is drones. I again, like I was just, Amazon just pulled up. That's why I had to look out the window. I'm not used to people in my driveway anymore. So, so Amazon was delivering something, but wouldn't it have been better if he pulled up, the drone grabs the package, pulls it out and drops it off on my doorstep rather than him having to go out and pick it up and move it. But again, it's all about, people don't understand drones. Drones are all about payload, how far they can fly with the power supply. There's a lot of factors in there. We've actually got a really good video and interview on drones that maybe we can get on air. Um, but let's talk about some other things that, well, you know what we haven't done? We haven't done the world update, world of
Yeah.
meters. And I'm going to tell you something. I noticed something that happened from yesterday's numbers to today's numbers, and I don't know why. But I always like to watch them shift and change, right? So I do the reset. But for whatever reason, today's world of meters does not show Europe, you know, certain places. It's like they're blank. So I don't know if they've stopped reporting or what. So they were showing very high numbers this week, and then all of a sudden they went blank. So I was a little shocked over that, and maybe World of Meters is updating it. But maybe do you want to pull it up or you want me to?
I'll do it.
Hey, did you notice our virus is gone?
Yeah.
So aside from it probably just being over bandwidth usage, I wrote an app to kill all apps. That's what I had to do. So I don't know if you noticed, but there's two people who were reporting on a daily basis and they're blank now, Italy and the UK.
Yeah.
But
So
yesterday
I'll tell you.
they were very high.
Yeah, they were very high, and I think they will report it maybe today Saturday, so that's why they might not be able to do it. But I'm not sure. Can you see this column? Not available.
Yeah,
I didn't
that's
see
what
this
I'm
column
saying.
earlier.
There's something going on there that's really disturbing. And I bring this up because of some other work that I do after this job. And I know that they're engaged in trying to do a lot of other things in the UK. So I was just curious why all of a sudden those numbers have blanked out and then not available. And it's only because of the work that I do after this job that brought my curiosity up. But do me a favor, pull up the stats. Click on United Kingdom by itself, and I think you'll see numbers. So just click on that. Scroll down, recovered, not available. See, that's just scroll down a little bit more. So you can see the stats on a daily basis, daily new cases, and you can take your cursor up and it's going to show. Right.
This is till 8th of May, so it's not.
So it's
They
big.
didn't wait
But I'm just curious why it's not available. Usually they just leave it as it was yesterday.
Yeah.
So I'm just, again, that caught me off guard because of some of the work that I do on the side. And I know that this is the chart that I look at, because that one's usually reported on a daily basis too, if you could zoom in on that. And go all the way down to, so the last day is on that chart is what, May 5th?
8th of May. 8th of May.
So maybe we just got to wait for the update. But Italy was reporting a very strong stability yesterday. So I was, because I've been kind of keeping up with them because they reopened. But they were the ones that struggled the most there for a while. I'm going to step out just for a second.
Yeah. So we can discuss about Italy. We have Dr. Saggu with us. Dr. Saggu, can you hear us? I think Dr. Saggu is not able to join. We have some technical difficulties. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Uh-oh. Maybe he's going to another room. It looks like he's walking.
Yeah, maybe.
One of the things, because Dr. Sagoo does so many other things besides coronavirus, and we always talk about immunity. But part of rebuilding our immunity, there's just such a high obesity problem, and maybe we can focus on just getting healthier.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Namaste. Sat Shri Akal.
Namaste. Good evening.
How are you?
Thank you for joining us on Saturday. How are you doing today, Dr. Sagu?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you for receiving me here.
Oh, no. It's a nice, quiet day, but cold here. It's very, very cold. We're not used to this in May, and so it's kind of caught me off guard.
Yeah. You know that
Oh,
God is very kind to us. Yeah, God is becoming very kind to us.
he is.
So at one place He has given us the COVID, and another place He has given us the pure air, pure environment, good nature, greenery. You
It's healthy again. The earth is healthy, and it's rejoicing.
healthy.
I think
And I
it's
think everyone, each and everyone, is enjoying the environment right now. Be they are human beings, animals, birds, and I think this is the best part. And this is all across the world. It's not about India, but all across the world. And
Yeah.
you know
Yeah.
that there was the news that from Bihar you can see Himalayas.
Yes. There is a news that at so many places from even from Punjab, from
Yeah,
Bihar, you can see the Himalayas. And
yeah,
to my surprise, I have seen a tiger family on the road
what?
in New
where?
Delhi.
Oh my god!
Yes,
Wow,
yes,
Oh
yeah.
my
So
god! How
there is a
beautiful!
one tiger with tigers and one baby tiger. So three of them they were roaming on the road near Dholakua and Kent area. So
wow.
you know the
That's
animals they
crazy.
So
lot of
they are coming back to their own houses after so many years.
yeah. Yes. They think that this place is for them
Yeah.
because yeah, we actually stole from them and now they are getting it
They're
back.
taking it back.
But I'll tell you one more
Lot
thing.
of
I mean, Kim must not be able to understand how Delhi is all about. But there are a lot of peacock in Delhi right now.
yes. I have seen lot of peacocks on the road. Yeah,
Yeah,
peacocks are there, chirping of the
yeah.
birds are there.
How beautiful, right? How beautiful. We
And
we
it
we've
never
got
happened. In my dream, in my dream there was a bird came and he was asking me that now it's your time to wear mask because it's our world and we will be outside and you have to stay at home
wow. we
Yeah.
so we're in
because
the pages.
because in such a good environment we are still at home wearing masks and those birds they can fly anywhere they are enjoying the environment.
So
Yeah.
we're in the zoo. We're in the zoo and they're looking at us. Look, kids. Look, see
Yeah.
what happens when you are not good?
And also they are saying that this is not your world, this is our world.
Our world, that's right.
Definitely. This word belongs to everybody, to the
Yes,
animals, to the nature, to the human beings also, everybody. So we are just the part of the word, and
yes,
we become the owner of the word. So that
yes,
is not right. At least the
yes.
nature has to come and yeah.
And also we were talking about the lands and the who is having those oceans, South China Sea and North China Sea, and the lands and
Yeah.
all those things. I think we are fighting about those things. And if we talk about a world like a family, I think we are in good hands. And
Yeah.
I think we need to just be productive, be
Yeah.
like one.
That's right. That's right. We need to
Yeah.
love,
Yeah.
protect, unite, and count our blessings. And
Yeah.
because at the end of the day, if we don't have all of this and we're not positive about it, we're just going to die out. You know,
Yeah.
nature will survive.
Yeah.
Nature will survive.
Certainly.
And I think we need to
If
become humble.
so we can say that you can only survive if you let the nature survive.
Yeah.
You can
So
only survive if you let the nature survive.
But you have to respect it. And
Yeah.
I've been kind of joking about it a little bit too. Every time I go out, I go, look, the turtles are still coming out and they come on their log, right? And I'm sitting there and I pretend like the mama's telling them, now stay away from those humans. They have a disease. Because, we always say, stay away from those turtles. They make you sick,
yeah.
right? So I'm always making little comic strips about nature. The deer have animals have no boundaries, right? they
Yeah.
don't know. And that's what I tell people, when we start building on their property and we build a fence, they don't know that fence. To them, that's just, I'm going through there. A bear's just going to go through a fence, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
a lion or a tiger, they don't know boundaries, and nature
Yeah.
doesn't. So yeah, it's interesting. It really is. We have a lot of deer out here, and I don't feed them. They naturally take care of themselves, but a lot of people feed them to attract more of them. I'm particularly not happy with a lot of them because they will eat everything in your yard, including your rose bushes, my favorite flowers. But I've been enjoying them. Um, Watching them come out of the woods peacefully and quietly. I think they're not understanding why it's so quiet. They just,
Yeah.
because the school, well, we have two schools around, we have five schools on this street, and school's not in session. They're not used to that. They actually got used to people.
Yeah.
I, we have foxes, we have coyote, we have what else do we have? Bobcats out
Yeah.
here. But I
Yeah.
would love to see a peacock walking down the street.
Yeah.
We
Maybe
don't
maybe
have
tomorrow
that.
I'll record a video. Yeah.
National bird of
Maybe
India.
tomorrow I'll record a video for the peacocks.
I
Yes,
would
yes.
love it.
And you won't
Yeah.
believe King Peacock is very culturally involved with India from ancient times. If you
Yeah.
watch out all our mosque and all our heritage properties, you'll find peacocks all around.
Wow.
Yeah.
And peacock is a national bird. It's a national bird.
Well,
It's a national
peacock,
Indian bird. Yeah. Indian national bird. Yeah.
it's a good national bird. Peacock has a semblance of royalty. So,
Yeah.
and the feathers were very sacred to
And you
many
won't believe when you talk about feathers, we use it at our holy places. Especially one
people.
of our popular
Very
gods in India,
sacred.
God Krishna, he used to have that peacock feather on his
Yeah.
crown.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
So
peacock
even
is that.
even I mean this is seems to be a very very holy bird, and we used to keep in our notebooks
Yeah,
the peacock feathers. We used to keep in our notebooks so that this feather seems to be a good luck for you, so that you can
yeah.
have a lot of knowledge. So maybe
I
this
have one
this was
feather.
this
I'll bring that feather right now.
yeah,
I'll
this
bring that
this
feather.
yeah, this was the symbol of the knowledge earlier. Yeah, now the students are not keeping it there, but in our time we used to keep it in our notebooks. Yeah.
No, and I used to, if you could collect a peacock feather, it was the same thing, but it resembled, sacredness, royalty, beauty.
Yeah.
It's the most
Yeah.
beautiful feather. It really is. I mean, think about just the uniqueness and design of it. Another
Yeah.
popular feather in our community is the eagle feather.
Eagle. Yeah. Yeah. Eagle feather is very popular. Yeah. Yeah.
And we had it's weird. We have a lot of hawks around here, but yesterday I saw an eagle flying by. I haven't seen an eagle out this way in a long time. So
Yeah.
I'm interested to see if the eagle has built a nest in this vicinity. But again,
Yeah.
I've not seen an eagle in many, many years. Hawks, a lot of hawks, a lot of crows, but not eagles. So this is,
Yeah.
nature is taking over. This is cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is very cool. So, what else have you been doing besides enjoying the new evolution of nature?
Yeah. So evolution of nature, it plays a very good role. If we talk about the immunity also, for the development of the good immunity, the nature plays a very important role. And the evolution of nature, which we have seen, actually we spoiled the nature ourselves. By a lot of traffic is there, a lot of smoke, industrial smoke is there. Our policies are not good. They are not in favor of the nature. So actually, we spoil the nature. The nature has to be cleansed now. If you want a good immunity, if you want to fight against this COVID era, you should have a clean environment and good immunity.
No, and I think if we're just going to have a good health again, we're going to have a clean environment and immunity. And
Yeah,
I think respecting nature again is going to help. I'm interested in seeing re-entry, how nature's going to react to that, because right now, like you said, they're used to walking down the streets now. Nobody's there, so why not, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So the
So, so
what are the there we go.
yeah,
So
That's beautiful.
this is we have created and put it in our temple, small temple, and we just do like this to our God.
With a fan. But that's one of the more
yeah.
beautiful ones I've seen
So
because
yeah, lot of things being said about the peacock. It was also considered to be bird of protection and the safeguarding. So the feather of the peacock, it protects from the evil eye and destroy all the negative like anger, greed, and jealousy. So this is the feather which it was said that Lord Krishna used to clean the feet of the Holy Radha.
oh
So
wow.
it has lot of importance in Indian history.
Well, I think too, it's just so beautiful. And there's my friend Rakesh. Hi. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
I
I'm
think Rakesh must be having more knowledge about the peacock feather because he's from down south and he's traveling to a lot of countries and he's been a lot of countries. So we were discussing about the peacock feather and how peacock feather is very well used in our holy Bible and in holy places,
Yeah,
especially in Krishna.
it's used, but I'm not deep into this religious. So
yeah, he
sorry.
doesn't get into. He's kind of like me, he's got his religious beliefs, but it's not what most. But the peacock feather has in
It's very
every country.
beautiful. That's all
Yeah.
I.
It's
So
just
lovely.
beautiful too. But in many religions, it is a very sacred feather. And in many uh, communities, it is a symbolism of royalty, leadership. Mainly because of its beauty. And but the one Ankit has, I've never seen one quite so feathery and beautiful. Like that's real pretty. Um, Usually they're a little bit thinner than that here. So
We have bigger ones as well,
oh wow.
2 to 3 feet tall as well. So there are
Yes.
different feathers and people use it for different. I mean, for prayers
It's
and for things
all
like that.
that Krishna used to wear it in his
This
tiara,
crown,
or whatever. Yes.
In the crown, yeah.
Proud
That's
as a peacock, right? And then we say proud as a peacock. What can we take away from a peacock's lifestyle and healthiness?
it's the one animal that the cobra fears.
Really?
Yes, because it can pick out the eyes of the cobra even faster than the cobra can react. It is so
Really?
deadly. Yes.
The peacock is considered to be is a more concentrated bird. So its concentration is very much. That's why it can pick the eye of the cobra. So
yeah.
if you see the coolness, if you see the destruction of negativity, you see the destruction of the anger, if you see the destruction of the jealous, yes, peacock is there.
Wow.
So yeah, it's one of the things I didn't know that myself till my father told me. That because my grandfather, for some reason, kept a pet cobra.
Okay.
Okay.
I never heard about the pet cobra.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was an Ayurvedic physician.
Okay.
So he used to actually use the venom to make some
Yeah, because the cobra venom is very important. A lot of people in the Ayurvedic medicine, they use the cobra venom.
cobra venom. So I never met my grandfather. He died before I was born. But this is what my father said. So I have no reason to disbelieve it. But this is what
Well, they use the and I think it's the cobra venom too in the flea and tick medicines for dogs and cats.
yes.
From what I'm told, that it's the cobra venom that they put in the flea and tick medication. So, yeah, the cobra I guess brings a lot. But I think I would be the one that has a bunch of peacocks If I live where cobras live, just like snakes don't like geese, right? Geese, for whatever reasons, fear a lot of the local snakes. So, and geese are great guard dogs, actually, because they don't like
Very
strangers.
territorial. Very territorial. Yeah.
So, if again, if I were going to keep any kind of poultry of any kind, but now it's going to be peacock. It would be what a peacock. But geese is another one of those because I'm not a snake fan. I'm sorry, the venom is a little too dangerous for me. And
Well, me neither, because the king cobra, which my grandfather used to keep, is actually aggressive. So I do not. My grandfather, I don't know how he did it.
well, let's
Frankly,
talk about some healthier, more fun subjects now. So let's talk about, Dr. Sagu, one of the reasons why we like having you is just talking about some of the things that we can do to improve our health. I mean, you see patients day in and day out, and you probably think to yourself, wow, there are some things that we could really do to improve our lives and our quality of life, which is something I focus on. Everything I have to do, I look at the quality of life, weighing the risk versus the benefits. But what are some of the things that you are noticing today as we move forward after COVID, not just for COVID, but what we can be doing?
Kim, if we talk about the destruction of the nature which we have already done, and the type of the food which we consume, and the type of the lifestyle which we live, so all these things, they actually lead to the metabolic syndrome now. So there is urbanization, there is a surplus energy intake, there is increasing obesity and sedentary lifestyle. So these all things, they causes the metabolic syndrome. What is the metabolic syndrome? So metabolic syndrome is a syndrome of several things which causes five-fold increase in the risk of development of diabetes mellitus and two-fold increased risk of developing cardiovascular diseases. So there is a lot of physiological, biochemical, clinical, metabolic factors which causes a metabolic syndrome and leads the patient the risk of atherosclerotic cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, and all these things can lead to mortality. So we talk only about COVID-19. We don't talk about the metabolic syndrome. So this is such a worst condition which can lead to lot many things, and it includes obesity also. So basically, this is unhealthy body measurements with abnormally laboratory tests like atherogenic dyslipidemia. You have a high cholesterol level, high triglyceride level. There is a hypertension. There is an impaired glucose tolerance. There is a pro-inflammatory state and pro-thrombotic state, which can lead to sudden cardiac failure also. So if we talk about International Diabetic Federation, when they define metabolic syndrome, they defined it as a central obesity. You have a central obesity, the waist circumference for the females, it may be more than 103, and for males, it may be more than 87. So in the males, we can say it's more than 40 inches, and in females, more than 35 inches. With any of two conditions, there may be a high triglyceride level, more than 150. There is a reduced HDL cholesterol, that is a good cholesterol, less than 14 male and less than 15 females. There may be raised blood pressure, systolic more than 30 and diastolic more than 85, and raised blood sugar level more than 100. So out of these four, with the central obesity, if you have two of these, then it defined as a metabolic syndrome. And if your BMI is more than 30, then you become a candidate of central obesity. So if we know about the metabolic syndrome, then we can control this. And it is worldwide, that worldwide prevalence of this metabolic syndrome, it ranges from less than 10% to 84%, depending on the geographic area, rural environment, composition of age, sex, race, ethnicity, according to the population. And if we talk about the US, around 30 to 35% people of the American population, they are suffering from metabolic syndrome.
That's,
So
keep going.
in general, if you talk about, according to the IDF, around 1/3 or 1/4 world's population is having metabolic syndrome. You have a higher socioeconomic status, sedentary lifestyle, high BMI, they are associated with the metabolic syndrome. So now, what are those factors? What are those pathways which causes a metabolic syndrome? There may be insulin resistance. There may be visceral adiposity. There may be atherogenic dyslipidemia. There may be genetic susceptibility, high blood pressure. Your blood is very thick, hypercoagulable state of the blood. There may be chronic stress. So all these factors, they lead to metabolic syndrome. So the first factor, if we talk about how abdominal obesity leads to metabolic syndrome. So, we have a high calorie intake. What is obesity? When we take high calories and there is no destruction of the calories, we don't consume those calories, we don't work out, we don't have a physical activities, but we are taking surplus amount of the calories, and your positive balance of the calories is there. It will lead to your fat cell to hypertrophy, like the size of the fat cell it increases, plus number of the fat cell also increases. So there would be adipocyte hypertrophy along with the hyperplasia. So when your fat cell is going to grow like this, they are going to press the vessels. There are blood vessels which supply the blood to the fat cells. When the fat cell is going to increase, because of the increased pressure on the vessels, there is a decreased blood flow to the fat cells, and because of the reduced blood flow to the fat cells, so there may be destruction of that fat cell, increase in the macrophages and the inflammation over there, increase in the adipocytokine secretion, and because of that, we see the localized inflammation. Sometimes you see when the person is obese and the fat is hanging, so suddenly there is a slightly redness over that area, and because of the redness, we say it is a dependent edema, it is a localized inflammation. And slowly, this localized inflammation becomes a systemic inflammation, that your whole body has an inflammation. And that part, when there is systemic inflammation, all parts of body have inflammation, and it also involves almost all of your organs, then it becomes metabolic syndrome. So lot of things, they are being secreted, like free fatty acid is also being secreted from the adipocyte when there is an inflammation, and TNF alpha is also there, interleukin 6 is there, CRP is there, and pi1 is there. All these things, what they did, leptin is also there. So all these things, what they do, they compete with the insulin to act on the adipocyte. So the insulin is being secreted from the pancreas, but that insulin is not active to act upon the fat cells or adipose tissues, or the target cell from where the glucose is being taken into the cell. So because of that, the insulin become inactive. So that is another condition where the insulin resistance is there. So uh, then insulin resistance develops, and then you are more prone to have a diabetes. So normally what happens when there is a high blood glucose level, so there is a release of the insulin from the beta cell of pancreas, and your blood is being taken into the cells, and the glucose level in the vessels in the blood goes down. So this is a normal position. But when you are taking a lot of fat, saturated fat, I'm talking about saturated fat, you are taking a lot of calories. So what these calories are being deposited on the cellular membrane of the fat cells, and they compete with the insulin. Insulin is not able to work upon on the tyrosine receptors. So that is the inactivity of the insulin. And when there is the inactivity of the insulin, your glucose level goes up, and as the back pressure in the liver, the glucose is also going up, and they are converting into the lipoproteins, or they are converting into, you can say, the triglyceride and the VLDL, that is the increased cholesterol level. So
Wow.
all yeah.
Nicely
Yeah.
done.
So how this obesity, and this insulin resistance is deteriorating or destructing your cells, or increase the level of the blood glucose level, and increase the level of the glucose in your liver and the muscle cell, and increasing the level of triglyceride. So all these conditions, they are interlinked, right? So that is why if we can prevent one thing, we can prevent all things.
No,
Yeah.
that's very impactful. The thing is I think what we need to do is talk about how we can stage ourselves into rebuilding our bodies. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if this has anything to do completely with everything you're talking about, but one of the rises in one of the diseases I noticed here in the US is Crohn's disease. To me, that has a lot to do with our our digestive system, our stomachs, and everything. Does that have anything to do with what we're talking about as well? Because there's
Yeah, yeah. The, yeah, Crohn's disease is also an inflammatory condition of your digestive system. So when there is a multiple ulcers, they are developing in the large intestine, that is the colon, and throughout the large intestine. Even you can say your intestine is very long, around you can say it's 3 to 4 meters, and the whole of the colon is the large intestine is 4 meters, and small intestine is around 6 to 10 meters. So whole of the large intestine is being covered by the ulcers, and the patient have a frequent diarrhea and the frequent bleeding in the stools. So this is also inflammatory condition, and we are the very big reason for this. Our diet is the big reason for this. What we are doing, we are eating like ultra processed diet. We are eating saturated fat. All this condition, they are going to flush the good bacteria in your digestive system. We have millions of good bacteria in the digestive system. They plays a big role in your immunity also, and in your health of your digestive system also. So when we are going to flush out all those things, then they are not there to protect our digestive system. Those bacteria, they are not present to protect our body also from the invasion by the bacteria and the viruses. Your immunity goes down also. So for that, we need to have a lot of probiotic. So now there is a fashion that we are not taking any probiotic. We are not eating yogurt, but we are taking a lot of sugar. So if your diet is good, your diet is healthy, you are not taking much simple sugars, you are not taking saturated fat, you are taking a lot of proteins, you are taking a lot of probiotics, you are taking all essential vitamins and the minerals, I think you can have a healthy digestive system, you can have a healthy good bacteria in your digestive system, you can have a good immunity, then only you can fight against all these conditions.
No, and I think that you're right about that. Just a question, for whatever reason they can't get it posted on. They wanted to know is when you're talking about the foods, the probiotics and things like that, is there a particular time of day like yogurts and things like that that is more beneficial for us to eat these items? Because I always see these diets and they do, oh, don't eat anything after 7. Well, that could be, if I'm in a different country, that's not going to be right. Is there like when you get up, should you eat certain foods later in the day, eat certain foods, and then by evening, is there
Yeah,
anything?
yeah, sure. Everything acts when you are very disciplined. You know, if you are going to your school, if you are not disciplined, you may have a punishment, right? If you are working in an office, if you are not disciplined, you may have a punishment. So whatever reason, if you are not a compliant or you are a disciplined, it is not good. Same is with the digestive system. So if we talk about the metabolism, so it depends on the metabolism. Like some people, they take a lot of sugars and they are healthy. They are not putting weight because their metabolism is good. So the finally we need to keep our metabolism healthy. So there are certain times when your metabolism is good, like in the morning, if you take your breakfast between 7 to 8:30 or 9, it's good. If you take lunch between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m., it's good. If you take your dinner before 7 p.m., it is good, because at that time your metabolism is working, metabolism is healthy. So whatever you eat at that time, because your metabolism is good, you can digest all those things, then that will not be stored as a fat, so that will be metabolized very fast. So suppose if you take your dinner after 7 p.m. or after 8 p.m., at that time the metabolism is not good and you cannot digest your carbohydrate. So specifically we say, please don't take carbohydrate that was simple carbohydrate. That way, so you can have a complex carbohydrate, but simple carbohydrate cannot be digested after 7 p.m. So what is the simple carbohydrate? Simple carbohydrate, they are synthesized artificially. You can say they are extracted from the sugar cane, like sugar is there, like jaggery is there. So all these things, they are the simple carbohydrate, and it will be metabolized very easily, and you will not feel full. So that is why you keep on eating. But the natural carbohydrate that present in the milk, dairy product, they are the natural carbohydrate. So they are good. Their metabolism becomes slow. So that is why they make you full. They make you feel full. So when you feel full, then you stop eating. So that is why these natural carbohydrate, they are very important. We should not be taking lot of simple carbohydrate. So after 7, metabolism is not good. That is why you can have a fruits, you can have a vegetables, but you cannot have a carbohydrate rich diet.
Wow. See, I didn't know that. All the studying and reading I do, and I had no idea. That's and to understand the difference between the simple high carbohydrate versus the natural. Um, can you give us another example of a good carbohydrate to eat at dinner?
So good carbohydrate is always a natural carbohydrate. Natural carbohydrate, they are good, and you can have a milk. You can have fruits also. The fruits also, they are good example of the fructose. So sucrose and the fructose, they are the good carbohydrate, and the processed diet have a lot of the combination of fructose and some other simple carbohydrates. So that is why you can have a plenty of fruits, you can have plenty of vegetables, you can plenty of milk. They are good.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
and those are things I like anyway. Those are things it's a matter of adjusting when you eat things as opposed to cutting them out completely, right? I mean, you don't have to
Yeah.
cut everything out, just adjust them. Um, you can still have these things, just eat them at a better, different time, more disciplined.
Yeah.
So it's hard to cut out all of the processed carbohydrates. Is there a good way to scale that? Do you have some suggestions to scaling how what's some good habits?
Yeah. So other example of good carbohydrate, we can say all type of vegetables. There are all type of fruits like apples, bananas, strawberries. All the berries, they are good. Whether it's the strawberry, it's the blueberry, blackberry, all berries, they are good. They're good source of natural carbohydrate. Legumes, lentils, beans, peas, nuts, almonds, walnuts, hazelnuts. All they are the sources of the good carbohydrate. Some seeds, chia seeds, they are now in fashion. So a lot of people, they are taking chia seeds. Chia seeds are good source of natural carbohydrate. Pumpkin seeds, they are good source of natural carbohydrate. You should take a whole grains that are good source of the natural carbohydrate. Like you have oats, quinoa, brown rice. They are the good sources of the good carbohydrate. The
No,
processed, yeah,
I wouldn't think about some of those things. And those are things that maybe we can get a list of and keep them posted as a
yeah.
reminder, just add them to your grocery list. And, yeah. What about the gooseberry? Is it that what Aunt Kid is always telling me about the gooseberry?
Yeah, gooseberries, we call in Indian is amla. Gooseberry is amla, that is a good source of vitamin C. Yeah.
Teacher,
So,
what about this? Dr. Sadhu?
Yeah,
Sure.
I can.
Yes, I have it.
Yeah,
Chawanprash.
yeah. Chyawanprash having a lot of things. Like it has energy. You can say it's an energy drink. A lot of herbs are there. Good carbohydrates are there. Some there are polyunsaturated fatty acids also there. So these all they have a combination of healthy diet. You can say.
And Chawanprash is also having silver and gold as well.
silver and
Yeah.
gold.
So
Okay.
I would comment upon that. If there is a silver and the gold, you should know the percentage of the gold and the silver over there. Because if you are a kidney patient, if you have some other problems, then you have to avoid all these things, because any metal can damage your kidney. So if you are kidney disease, then don't take Chyawanprash or anything which is having a gold over there.
Okay, that could be a disclaimer, but generally,
No,
So
and
your grains should not be stripped of the fiber.
yeah,
You should take a whole grain. If your grains are stripped of the fiber, then it becomes refined on the simple carbohydrate. So at least you should have all the bran, fiber, and nutrients, everything which was there in the coating of that grains. So in spite of taking refined sugars, you should have a whole grain.
that sounds
and sir,
good.
how important is to avoid sugar? What are the sugar supplements we can use? Like we use good in India, and also we
Yeah.
use maple syrup. So, what are the other supplements of sugar? Because I think sugar is something which causes a lot of things over a period of time.
So, so I gave the list of some fruits and the sources of the good carbohydrate. I don't
Yeah.
think we should take any supplement containing the sugar, because any supplement which will contain, whether it is maple syrup or any other syrup or the sweeteners, they all have a processed carbohydrate, and the processed carbohydrate, they are not good.
And sir, what about honey?
Yeah, I was going to ask, what about honey?
Honey,
Because
honey. If you get a natural honey from your villages, that is good. But if you get processed honey, so that also contains some sweetness over there. So they actually add some sweetness over there, and those sweetness, they are the processed carbohydrate.
So
I
that
watched.
means we have to go back to the villages and we have to create those natural foods for us so that we can avoid the
Yeah,
processed food. And that is good for
yeah.
us.
So
Sir, also I would like to know one more thing. Are we close enough to set up natural hospitals with all those natural medicines for immunity boosting? Can we do
yeah,
that in future?
there are some hospitals, Ayurvedic hospitals in New Delhi also. So they are working on it, working on this. But they are good if they remains as the Ayurvedic or the natural based hospital. But if they are mixing with some allopathy or some other things, or if they start, producing some products, processed product, you must be
Yes.
understanding that I'm talking
Yeah.
about. So if you are going to produce or manufacture some of the products with the processed diet, that is not good. If you are keeping it is on the how based or some natural based, then it is good. And if you talk about the refined carbohydrate, simple carbohydrate, so that includes white flour. White flour is not good. It is simple, or you can
Yeah.
say refined carbohydrate, because we have stripped off the wheat, coat of the wheat. Then white bread is also there, white rice is there, pastries are there, soda, snacks, pasta, sweets, breakfast cereals, some added sweeteners. They all are the example of the simple or the refined sugar that is not good for our metabolism and for the health.
No, I
So
agree. One of the
how
things,
about these kind of
Yeah, threptin.
protein?
Threptin is a high protein diet. The biscuits, they are having high proteins, but also they have some added sweetener there in the threptin. So try to have a natural sources of protein. We have, yeah, B12 is good. B12 is good.
I
I
like.
was also thinking. Yes, Kim. I just have one more question.
Okay, go ahead.
So what I was thinking is that can we set up an immunity hospital way back in maybe near mountains where we can talk about immunity and people who wants to be far away from those city life, they can go there as a vacation and they can only focus on their health, and it's kind of a hospital where we'll diagnose and prevent from cure, and we'll talk about all natural foods and things like that. I'm not talking about
Yeah, that
natural
is
medicine, but a basic
yeah,
hospital
that
which is at the mountainside where good weather and everything, and then we'll talk about preventions.
yes, that is a very good idea. And some of the hospitals, they are already there with they are working there at Himalayas. Near the Himalayas, there are a lot of hospitals are there. They already set up the hospitals, and they are working on the immunity also. We can also do that.
How
That is not
important is the
that is not a
environment
bad.
of treating a patient? How important is the role of an environment to treat a patient? Because a patient who is suppose in Delhi and a patient who is in Himachal or who is in a good weather, so both are diabetic patients. So how important or what is the journey of both the patients?
I don't think if you can clear your environment, if you can purify your environment, you would be needing a medicine to cure the diabetes. So a pure environment, a pure air itself is a medicine for the diabetes. So if we are treating a patient in a good environment, in a healthy environment, in the pure air, right, in the you can say the lap of the nature. So I don't think we would be needing any type of medicine. The patient will itself will be cured. So diabetes only because we have spoiled the environment,
Okay.
right? So it is always good to have in the lap of the good nature to treat any kind of the patient.
I think you're right in that area too, about especially the diabetes and the processed sugars. One of the things I like to do, and I don't know if it's good or not, but instead of using sugar when I cook my oatmeals or maybe things to sweeten,
Yeah,
I chop up apples, right? And I cook the apples into the food, and use the sweet because apples are very sweet, very, very
yeah,
sweet. And I find
yeah.
I don't need to add any sugar or anything when I do that, right? When I chop them up really good and mix them with my food, I don't need a lot of sugar. So apples, other fruits that come with a lot of sugar, you
Yeah,
know, but once you get used to that,
yeah.
eating something with sugar doesn't taste right. Like it hurts your mouth, you know?
You know what we do? We take fruit juices and again we add some sweetness over there. I don't think why fruit juice need a sweetener because
No,
already the fruits they are sweet. Yeah,
it hurts my mouth when you start. So now, because I don't eat a lot of refined sugar, or mix it hurts my mouth when I eat too much sugar. It doesn't feel right. But I still don't eat 100% healthy. Otherwise, I would be losing weight, and I'm right now putting on weight.
yeah,
I think it's because I'm not moving around enough during the day. I think I need more exercise. But but I think this is a good healthy talk because people do. I mean, Coke, that is the worst thing we could drink, right? Sweet tea. Have you ever been to the southern part of the United States? Sweet tea will kill you. Sweet tea has more sugar in it per glass than a bottle of Coke has. And
yeah, yeah, yeah.
so
So
it's
if
crazy.
if yeah, if we start eating for the health, it would be good.
Yeah.
Now what we are doing, we are eating for the taste buds. We are
Yeah.
not we are not
The
eating for
happy,
the body or the health. We are eating for the taste buds.
yeah,
So
the
taste buds,
endorphins, right? Happy endorphin. You know what made me really feel good one time? I had a high dose of B4. I've never done that before, but it was like adding endorphins to my body. But somebody gave me a highly concentrated B4, which I think is a lot of beets. My whole body felt energized. I kept asking them, "Did you put caffeine in here? Is there was no caffeine, there was no sugar. They used all natural foods to make the drink. It was like a shake, but like a bunch of fruits and vegetables mashed together.
it's a sort of smoothie,
Yeah.
fruit smoothie. Yeah,
See, and I'm not a big one on that because sometimes I feel like you get too much junk in them. But it made me feel really, really good, and it was highly concentrated in B4. Which do you know anything about B4? I never knew anything about it until I started drinking it, and I thought, wow, that felt good. But B12 is a happy drink.
yeah, yeah.
Um, D,
All
get
all all yeah,
sunshine.
all B. It's a B4. It's a B1, B6, B12, and vitamin D. Then vitamin C, vitamin E. These all vitamins they're important for the health.
Yeah, but I could just feel like naturally it just felt good. That's
Yeah,
and I know that B12 the highest concentration. I think the highest concentration is beets for B4, but just thinking about these things and how good I felt when I ate them, I'm like, why am I not eating them more often? But they're hard to get. They're very, very. It's not just difficult to get. It's very
yeah.
expensive. We're not incentivized to eat healthy. We're incentivized to eat junk. It's cheaper and easier to buy a box of potato chips. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Sabu, can we create some kind of a food especially for obese people? Because I mean, we can see a lot of food which causes obesity. But
Yeah.
what about the other way around? We can talk about healthy foods. We know all those things, but we don't have a food which serves to our body, which is tasty for birds and which is healthy for people, and it's
Yeah.
easily
So
available.
so So we can titrate the diets. That is a titration of the diet that we can do. There is no problem. So we can give a combination of the healthy carbohydrate, combination of the healthy protein and the healthy fats, and inclusion of all the vitamins and the minerals. That can be done. That can be done.
No, what I mean to say, can we create some kind of a food chain around the world with healthy food like McDonald's, so maybe healthy Donald's with
Healthy.
healthy.
I know. So
I
I
have been asking that for years, Ankit. And nobody will do it. Nobody
Yeah.
will do it.
yeah. So actually, the McDonald is the fat Donald. So we can make a health Donald against the fat Donalds. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But for that, we need to have doctors. I mean, helping us doing it, because if doctors are not, satisfied or committed with the food, it's difficult for us to, market it.
Yes,
You
yes, we can always do that. Yeah, please.
No, Ankit, if you take a look at what built on every corner in the world, Starbucks. Why couldn't we have made a healthy food chain on every corner of the world instead of a Starbucks? And of course, everybody's going to hate me. They're going to send me hate letters. No, don't get rid of my Starbucks. Good morning.
Hi.
Hi. How's everyone doing? So here's one of the things that helps us with our happy endorphins, music, right? I think you all of these things, food, attitude, talking about it. I think, obesity took over the world in every country. Unfortunately, everybody wanted to be like the Westerns, and we made like Dr. Segura said, we want to feed our taste buds instead of our bodies. What do you think about that, Alexandra?
No, it's actually really true, because it's everywhere. It's not just in America. Like I said, it's the whole world that is like that, I guess. And of course, we all love that taste. Whatever they put into it, it's really nice, right? But it's actually making a bit of a mental shift in your brain, really, to know that you have to feed your body, put the right things in it, and you are allowed to treat yourself. I don't think there's a problem in treating yourself, but you have to be aware of what your body needs to keep going, to keep your energy up, to keep yourself healthy, all the above, and that includes some sort of exercise, whatever it is, if it's walking, housework, whatever it is, making sure that you're listening to music that makes you happy, watching the right series, reading the right books, feeding your mind as well. I think all of that sort of it all kind of gets pulled into one.
Feeding the mind, feeding the body, feeding the soul. We talk about that too, just even if you're not a religious person, just learning to meditate and pray. And even if you find faith in yourself, that's important, is to find that peace, right?
Yes.
But Dr. Sagu has been bringing us some good sound mind, not just about fighting and protecting our bodies for COVID, but for everything. Because that's what's important, right? Nature's bounty. How about nature's essentials? We're going to change that. Nature's essentials, and the essentials, right? We keep talking about what's essential today. I hate that word. I really do. But when in doubt, fly.
Fill in the blanks. When in doubt, Dr. Sagu. When in doubt, dash.
Listen to your inner side.
Look at the other side. What does the other side say, Ankit?
Yeah. Listen to your inner side.
Listen to your inner side.
I like
What
that.
about Nakis? When in doubt?
When in doubt, stop eating, I think.
When in doubt. When in doubt. Yeah, really. We talked about this too with Dr. Art, which would probably be a good conversation to have with Dr. Sagu about don't eat until you're full. Don't eat until you're full, right? Stop just before full. My son always says, when you feel hungry, drink a glass of water first, because odds are you're thirsty, right? But we don't think that. And I have a tendency of, going for a box of Cheez-Its when I'm like doing computer work and angry and need to not good.
So actually, the problem is, Kim, when you are hungry, you cannot read your brain whether you are real hungry or you are thirsty.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
if you can have a water, that'll be all right.
Yeah.
So
Mm.
every time you are looking for some sugars, some sweetness, that is not good. Actually, you are thirsty. You are not hungry at that time.
So
And yeah,
go ahead.
So, sir, my family, a lot of people, they have a sugar bird. I mean, so they like to have sugar every time, whenever they can possibly want. But I don't like that sugar. I'm more towards salty. So I like nuts and I like those
so
spicy nuts or
that
different taste basically. So everyone has a different, I mean, enthusiastic in terms of, I mean, just getting something for their taste buds. Maybe they don't want to eat, but they, because of the taste, they just eat on or binge a lot of foods, and especially during lockdown. So
yeah.
how we can prevent those things?
Yeah, these are only the taste buds who are looking for the simple sugars.
Yeah,
So as I told you that you should have a natural sugar, and you rightly said all the nuts, all the legumes, all the seeds, milk and dairy products, they are having natural sugars. If we are taking nuts, if you are taking legumes, seeds, beans, and milk products, they are a good source of the natural sugar. So if you can titrate your taste buds, I mean, this is just an exercise which you can make your taste bud titrated towards the natural sugar. So just a thin line is there in between those things. If you acclimatize your taste buds to the natural sugar, you will not have sweetness, because the taste of natural sugar is much more good as compared to that processed or the simple refined sugars.
and sir, how good is this for obese people?
Hold on. There you go.
That's
Hajmola.
digest.
you
Yeah,
know you know these are the industrial products they made, and it has a lot of salt also. So
yeah,
along with the sugar, salt is also not good for the health.
yeah.
So actually there are five white things you should stop if you want to say bye to the obesity: your sugar, your salt, your white rice, your white flour, and we call it maida. That is a more refined
Wheat.
nature of that flour.
Yeah.
So you should not have stripped grains. In spite of the stripped grains, you should have a whole grains.
Okay.
Mm.
Or maybe a mix of grain with other grains so that we can mix it up and then we can use it.
Yes, because all those grains, they have a lot of natural carbohydrate along with the proteins also, and along with the vitamins and the minerals also.
And then how good are brown rice compared to white rice?
Brown rice, they are good. They have towards, you can say, moreover towards the natural sugar,
Okay.
moreover natural towards the complex sugars, not the refined or the simple sugar. Even
Alexander,
the in the brown,
so
yeah.
Alexander, do you have brown rice there in South Africa or you prefer white rice?
We have both. Usually, as a family, I think we usually do brown rice, depending on the meal. It depends on the meal. But we made a decision a little while ago as a family to sort of shift to more healthier, cut out the carbs and that sort of thing. Obviously, bringing it in whenever you need it, and where nothing was wrong with like a snack or a cheat day. But for the most part, we sort of shifted all of that out. Yeah, and lockdown sort of forced us to eat like as fresh as possible and everything. So yeah, I guess it's a positive to lockdown.
Wow. So most people leaped the other way. They went for longer shelf life foods, and all the fresh foods were left to rot at the grocery store.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here going, I wonder if I can go to the grocery store and they give me all the food and I'll can it, right?
No, it's funny.
Right?
Because we actually we sort of have those, we kept those aside in case of something that happened. You just never know. But for the most part, we made a decision to try and eat fresh as much as possible because we're stuck at home and you just don't quite know the future. So we made that decision, which has sort of been the best thing because we get to have like really nice soups, and it's been quite fun.
I agree with this. It's the weirdest things. I think soup must be the next comfort food besides carbohydrates. And we've been doing a lot of soups, right? Like,
Yeah.
I what's weird is I love chicken tortilla soup. I just,
Ooh.
Yeah, I just it's something about it that because you take all of those vegetables and you kind of grill them a little bit, right? Get
Yeah.
them blackened and a little
Yeah.
bit of seasonings, and then you pour the soup in on it. It just, I am that, and there's another Supa Tuscany is my other favorite. Supa Tuscany.
Ooh.
It's a heavy potato sausage. This isn't good. Potato, sausage, bacon. It's the opposite
It
of
sounds great.
cream. Lots
All
and
the
lots
good
of,
stuff.
yeah. Some spinach. You put a splash of spinach. But
Good.
Super Tuscany is another one. But talking about all of these foods, gosh, it makes me hungry. It's lunchtime. Um, But I think that we also need to take a look at ourselves, right, Dr. Sagoo? We need to take a look at, and I think that was another question that came across that for some reason they're not popping up here, is we need to take a look at ourselves, right? Like you said, that some of us have a means of we eat unhealthy, we can still burn it off, and we still look healthy. I think, guys, eventually that wears off, all right? Eventually you get older and that doesn't work. But so it's better to get in a good habit. Fulfilling our taste buds, I also think you can train them. Like I can eat raw lemons; they taste sweet to me. I think I've eaten them so much that just a plain lemon, I don't need sugar. Um,
Mm.
does it taste better with sugar? Kind of, but now the sugar kind of hurts my mouth. So I think we can train our taste buds too, a little at a time, right? And it doesn't have to be like a penance, right? It could be I'm learning to teach myself to be healthy. And
Mm.
the only thing what
and
is
and
one
and and,
thing,
and,
go ahead.
and this lockdown is the best time to train your taste buds,
Yeah.
because now
Mm.
everything is closed. Yeah, everything is closed. You don't have one available refined sugar along with you. So whatever you have fruits, you have vegetables, you have a salads. You should eat all those things, and I think this is ample time of 1 month. You can train your taste buds on the better way.
I agree. And I'm going
Mm.
to tell you guys something really weird. I went to the grocery store the first time in probably over a month, even though because I wanted to wait until things peaked out. So I went to the store up to a certain day, masked and everything. Then I stopped. So it's been a month, and I went Thursday because we were just out. But do you know there is no flour? There's
Mm.
no flour. There's no sugars. Actually, somebody's bought all of the flour and sugar. What are they doing? Baking cookies? Um, um, so I'm being forced anyway. But I was thinking, we're kind of out of these things. Not that we eat them a lot, but we still like to bake a few things. But no flour, no. But surprisingly, all of that's gone. No
Mm.
fruits and vegetables.
Dr. Sabu, can we discuss about the lifestyle of different people living in different countries and maintaining a healthy diet? Because I think if we compare the world diet with different people in different regions, I think our audience globally would be able to understand that how a person in Africa is eating good foods and still maintaining a good healthy diet as compared to a person in US as compared to a person in India and Africa. Can we create some kind of a show because so that people will relate with each other?
Ankit, changing a diet is another option, and the other option is you have to change your lifestyle.
Yeah.
So that lifestyle, it not only it includes your exercises, it includes your sleep pattern, it includes your stress pattern, how is your sleep hygiene, how much are you disciplined regarding your sleep, and how much you are disciplined regarding your physical activities. Yes, we should, because there is a metabolic set point. If we talk about the metabolic set point, so behind the obesity and the weight loss, there's the principle of metabolic set point. So metabolic set point is a range of the weight where your body wants to be. Like, so if we talk about, there is the person X, and her weight is around 120 pound. Maybe the weight range is 120 to 160 pounds. So the metabolic set point is 120 to 160 pounds. So whenever he or she tries to lose weight, the weight it has tendency to go again towards that limit. Suppose 120 weight and she lost to around 80 pounds. the weight will again go to 120 to 160 pounds. Because it has tendency to go to the same range. So if we don't decrease the metabolic met point, you cannot lose sustainable weight. You can lose your weight temporarily, but that would not be sustainable. That would not be long term. So, like if your weight is on, you can say 160 pounds, you do dieting and everything, but you are not exercising. You have not changed your lifestyle. You are depleting yourself for the calories. So for temporarily, you will lose your weight. You can come to 100 pounds, but after sometimes, if you are going down or less than your metabolic set point, then your body respond. How body respond? Body, if your calorie is low, your body's metabolism become very slow. You will feel lethargic. You will feel tired, right? And your appetite goes up. You will feel hungry. So if you have experience of dieting, you will feel after 1 month of your dieting, you feel hungry, you are very, very tired, metabolism is very slow. So again, all those things will take your weight to the normal again, towards 120 or 160 pounds. So now what we should do? If you are dieting, you should combine this dieting with your lifestyle change. If you are doing some sort of physical activities, like you are stretching your muscles, because of the stretch of your muscles, you are having lot of hormones in your brain, and those hormones will keep your metabolism on the higher side. Then your metabolism will not go slow down. Your metabolism will also be fast, and you will lose weight. That would be long term. So it is known that along with the dieting, you should do some exercises also. Physical activity is very, very important. And the morning walk is very important. You should have three type of exercises. You can have a low intensity exercises, then you can have a strengthening exercises, then you have a weight training or other exercises. So low intensity exercises you can have a daily for half an hour, then strengthening exercise you can have a 3 or 4 times a week, then your weight training you can have a once or twice in your week. So you should combine all those type of low grade and moderate grade and high grade intensity exercises to combine to have a good effect of weight loss. Like if talk about the South Africa, I have a lot of patients over there. One of my patients was there, she was 165 kgs. I would share her pictures also. 165 kgs, and she was not able to move herself. She was using the buggy to go from one place to other place. But now, after the bariatric surgery, now she is 65 kgs. She has lost around more than 50% of the weight. Now she is doing cycling for 5 kilometers every day.
Wow.
Yeah. So if we talk about South Africa, so she's from South Africa. So they also tend to do low exercises. Their physical activity is not much. So if you increase your physical activities, that is good, and have a combination of effect with your dieting.
I
That's
like
a very
that.
interesting story, sir. We would like to discuss in detail. Before I would just play what's happening at Alexandra's Music Cafe today at 3 p.m. EST. So here's the teaser.
I ain't no typical girl. I ain't no typical girl. I ain't no typical. I ain't cheerleading while the boys play ball. I ain't no typical girl. No, I wanna be right there in the middle of it all.
Oh, that's so cool.
For
Yay.
this 3 p.m. So Alex, can you explain who's coming on the show?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Kim, I saw you dancing again.
I had to step out
Oh.
and sneeze, but yeah, I came back when I heard the song.
That's funny. No, well, tomorrow I'm so excited because I'm a member of the Nashville Songwriting Association International, which is the NSAI in Nashville, and
Oops. Where'd you go?
I'm here. Hello. Tomorrow, I have the executive director of NSAI, Bart Herberson, coming on with me. He's going to chat to me about his career, and obviously he's in charge of NSAI, so I'm excited to find out like what he, where his mind is at, and how he sort of looks at the association. I'm so excited for that. And a member of the association called Christian Bachman is going to be joining me. He is a #1 singer-songwriter in South Africa. He's written most of the Afrikaans hits here, and he's a member, so I'm excited to have him on. And then last but not least, we also have the amazing Jane Buck. Now, Jane, I had the honor of writing with Jane last year, July, when I was in Nashville. And we were introduced by a mutual friend called Doug Romano, who's a producer in Canada. And I met with Jane, and she just is this bubbly, beautiful woman, and has a dog, which was great at her house. And we wrote a couple of songs. She introduced me to some other songwriters. She has written for Reba McEntire. She's written some huge hits. She's written for TV shows. She has won awards. She's co-written. She actually has written with a guy called Charles Eston, who was Deacon on the TV show Nashville. So she is just a wonderful human being. We've got 3 fantastic guests. We're going to have a bit of a writer's round, some live music, and of course, just chatting to them about the industry, their lives during COVID. Interested to find out how NSAI is sort of coping with COVID and everything. And of course, Christian, who's written hits and does a daily live show. And yeah, I'm interested to see how they're sort of coping and going forward after COVID, what their plans are. So yeah, please join in at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be a great show.
So exciting music, right? And so this is all exciting, what you're doing, the people you have lined up. That is amazing. And people have no idea. The viewers have no idea. This is no easy task. You just don't always just pick up the phone. Alexandra might, but sometimes it takes a little credibility, right? To be able to say, yeah, I'm because people just don't go on any show. So you have to have a lot of credibility for people to say, yeah, I'm going to go on that girl's show.
Thank you. That's very kind.
Oh, God, let me tell you, she's not. She's got what it takes. She's got that smile, energy. The cafe just makes you relax. And that's what we need to be doing. It's good down home talk, what people are doing, inspiring. People come up with ideas on your show.
I know.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
It's amazing how you just put a group of people together. And I do like, because I'm a bit of a color coordinated box person, so I like to sort of have like a theme going for each show. I mean, you both know I'm mad, okay? You know I'm crazy.
I know.
But I have like a little bit of a theme, and it's amazing how when you just put the right people together, something happens. Like my sister's got her own little segment that happens as well every week or so, and we've got some other things in the pipeline that you guys know about that I'm working towards. So stay tuned. # stay tuned. But I think what I've said this before. The cafe has become this highlight for me because it's firstly during COVID, it's something to really work toward that is completely in line with what I do, and it just gives me that motivation to push forward for the next week and work hard, which has been great. And then when I get there, it's like I just get to relax and talk to like-minded people, listen to some great music, hear some really cool stories. It really is just the highlight of my week.
It's a great way to wind down from the week and get ready for the next week. It's a good marking point to me. A lot of times during the summer, we would go to concerts on Sunday evening to wind down. This is the same feeling. This is like, wow, I got that cafe mode going on. Great people. Seriously, the people you've got coming on are amazing. I had so much fun last weekend.
It was cool, right? With the theater week, theater musical theater week.
The guys were just so hot and just so really cool. And watching Isabella, she's just, her poor thing. She still was a little trooper. Her tooth still hurting, and she comes in to be part of her sister's show. And I think that is just way cool. I'm looking forward to have the head of the NSAI. Tell people what that is. People who don't know.
No, of course. So I think that there are a few variations of this around, but I was told about the National Songwriting Association International while I was in Nashville by a friend of mine called Kurt, and he sort of. I trust Kurt. I trust this friend of mine. I trust his word because he sort of worked in the top levels in the music industry, and he told me, "Are you a member? Because they will add value to your career." And I don't like when people say that to me because I like to have control of my own destiny. I don't really want too much like interfering with that. But I thought I'd just go and check it out. And I did some Dr. G Google work, and I rocked up at their doors one morning, and I was like, knock, knock, can I come in? What's this all about? Literally, that was it. I just knocked on the door. So I waltzed in and I chatted to Mackenzie, who's the secretary. And I mean, they're all friendly people. You know them all by name. You can contact them, email them straight away. Mackenzie, Kaylee, and it's what the membership sort of includes is I pay like a yearly fee or so. And firstly, I get access to all the writing rooms in Nashville, which is great. So it's an actual. I can book rooms, I can book space. It's the central spot, which is really really useful for me as a songwriter. Then I also get access to online critique on my songs. So I get like 12 credits a year, and I get send the song in, and there's different. Sort of things I've got to fill in. Did I write it? Did I co-write it? Am I singing on the demo? Did I write the song for me or to be put out for somebody else? All that sort of information. And it gets sent out to an anonymous adjudicator. And they've got thousands of adjudicators. And their adjudicators could be anyone. I'm talking number one singer-songwriters. I'm talking number one singers. I'm talking number one songwriters in general. You just don't know who's looking at your song. And then they send it back to you and they give you a good rundown. They always say, thank you for letting me, be part of this journey. And they always start their email with that. And they give you critique. And for the very first time the other day, I got a critique back for a song. And in the heading, it said, writer to watch. So I messaged my friend and said, I've never had this before. What does this mean, writer to watch? And apparently it means that I'm one of their best writers for the month. So,
Wow.
I mean, there are just things like that come along, and it sort of boosts your confidence, but then gives you perfect criticism from people who are in the know in the industry to just make your songwriting taken to the next level. Then you also get access to pitching your songs online and in person. There are camps, songwriting camps. They've got connections left, right, and center. And actually, I had the privilege of meeting Bart, who runs it, and who were in Nashville. I met him through some random channels, and I was sitting in a meeting with my friend Kaylee, who at the time worked there. She gets a phone call, and she says, "Yes, she's still here." And 5 minutes later, in walks Bart, and he says, "No, I heard about you from this guy at ASCAP," and I went, "Wow. That's pretty cool." So I played some songs for him, and he just like hooked me up left, right, and center. So they're a real family. I talk a lot about it because I love them, and I'm not the sort of person to just jump in and like talk about these sort of things. I really do believe in what they do. They've helped me grow as a songwriter. They've given me confidence. They've given me people to connect with. They're wonderful human beings, and it's a wonderful organization.
Well, though, you did something that most people wouldn't do that's very important in any success. You went out, you knocked on the door, you walked in.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what she was doing the day I met her in Nashville. Right into Bobby's Idol Bar, and walks up to the one guy and says, "Can I borrow your guitar? Can I take the stage?" And nobody does that in Bobby's. No, you have to have a lineup. You have to put your name on the list. And he said, "Yeah, sure, go ahead." He gets on the stage and just takes over, and it just blew the doors off everybody.
Thank you.
So, and you were young. Yeah, I'm sitting here going, wow, this is a young girl doing this. And so I just want people to know, if you really want to have fun when you go to Nashville, this girl's the girl to hang out with. And I'm not talking about going out and drinking and partying fun. I'm talking about fun and learning what success is, songwriting, music, because she's not afraid. She's not afraid to go and knock on that door. And I'm going to have to meet you next time you're in Nashville because things have changed there. So we'll have to.
Yeah, we'll have to find some sort of gap. No, but I love. Thank you so much for the compliment every time. Thank you so much for saying all those nice things. It really does mean so much. But I mean, my parents instilled in me in a very young age to just push through, don't give up. You know, keep not banging on the door, then bang on the window. You know, take a rock, throw through. But you know, like keep going, and that determination. And I mean, honestly, it's not been easy for anyone. It's all relative. It's not an easy journey in whatever career you choose. The arts, personally speaking, I find is a difficult career because it's about your art and beauty's in the eye of the beholder. But it's literally anybody that's thinking about going into some sort of the music industry in general. It's literally about buckling down and hard work. That's all it is. And writing your 10 million songs to find your one hit, to knock on every single door for a crack in the window. You know, that's just the way. That's just the name of the game.
Yeah, Justin Bieber got lucky. He got his start on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, and overnight success. He's been doing it for 10. He was doing it for like 10 years before that, but overnight success.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what I tell everybody. You know, you can look at the cover of the book all you want and say overnight success. Every person I've interviewed, there is a journey. There is hours and hours and days and years and years. I mean, one guy, you know, became multi-billionaire. I call him from bagel boy to billionaire. And but it was 20 years of hard labor, sacrifice. All everybody sees is this billionaire, you know, nice, big, happy smile. Yeah. Listen to the story, right? It started out a big struggle, and he got into bagels on the year that diet came out that said don't eat bagels. I mean, you know, yeah. So he's like, how lucky can I get, right? But you can't give up. That's what he did. He never gave up. Same like you, he just knocks on a lot of doors, and then that's how he built his. Now his business isn't bagels; his business is fintech, but. But again, it was one of those stories I like to reflect on because everybody just thinks overnight success. And I just want everyone to know, I would love to know that Alexandra was an overnight success. I'm sure she would too, but there's a lot of hard work that goes into everything she does. I'm just telling you right now, you rock, girl. That's right.
Thank you.
I wish I could hug you. The everything that goes into everything she does, it just doesn't happen. It comes from the heart, but it's practice. It's, you know, everything that you hear her share, it's a lot of work. And
thank you.
I'm looking forward to tomorrow. And you know,
me too.
Girl. And we got,
so
thank you.
Her next time she reads the publication, it's not going to just be writer to watch. It's going to be writer and singer to watch.
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you. That's very kind. Thank you.
She's got probably like all of the guys and women that we talk to in the music industry, hundreds and hundreds of songs. And, you know, it's interesting to me sometimes the ones that you love the most don't seem to make it. And the ones that you think, God, there's no way this is going to go anywhere. And it just skyrockets. So
that's something, that was exactly the thing, though. The song that I sent in where I got that remark was literally a song I wrote in half an hour. And I was like, cool song. I'm going to send this in. There. It was literally it. So it's funny. Now, I just want to, and I just love to, if I could just add in a bit, you know, I love what you say about your bagel man, because it's very true. And nobody believes in you. Nobody believes in you. And there's a handful of people that you can count with, you know, your two thumbs. Of people that believe in you. And I mean, I started my career when I was 12 years old, but I started sort of singing and honing my art from like 7 and whatever. But I became professional at 12. I earned my first paycheck with my art at 12 years old. And I remember when I got I got the lead role in Beauty and the Beast at a theatre here in South Africa, and I was Belle. I was 15 years old, and I was the lead role. It was the first time they'd ever hired a minor as a lead. and they actually hired my sister at 12 to be my understudy. I mean, it was amazing, it's just incredible. But I remember, and I love the theater. I love my theater days, and I love the people that I work with. I still have a relationship with them. But there are a lot of people who don't like you because you're young in the business and you don't know enough. You haven't paid your dues. The reality is, I've been paying my dues since I was 12 years old, and I'm still paying my dues, you know. But I think age is a big thing in this industry, and so is gender, unfortunately. But I just, if people don't believe in you, just remember that you have paid your dues. You're currently paying your dues, and you're going to continue to pay your dues. It's just a constant wheel of learning as you go, and that's just it.
And the thing is that just because you're young doesn't mean you didn't pay your dues. I'm just going to tell you right now. Yeah, we love you, right? We love you. You're not your typical girl. The thing is that you paid your dues from a very young age. I started working and made my first paychecks at 12 and then 14.
Wow.
So
amazing.
I think if there's something to be said about, you know, people, you're never too young to start, I don't think.
No.
I don't think that
and you're never too old.
Children slaves. I think that the children should either enjoy it or it's something that they just know that they need to do. Sometimes you have to support your family. And but in your case, it was a good thing because you were building your career.
Yes.
And that's what's important. And I'm glad you're in our life and part of the IBM.TV family, because that's what we're going to be about, is growing together, educating, entertaining, edutaining.
I love that.
The word that I get beaten down over every time I type it. What is that word, Kim? Stop
it exists. It exists.
It does sound, dang it.
How about musication? How about musication?
Musication. There you go. Music education. Musication.
I like musication.
Musication. Well, I think Nashville definitely brought two people together. So, you know, more than two. I'm excited to see some people from Nashville on there. So anyway, we got Lynn, who's our big sponsor here at IBM.TV and Money Masters. We are non-for-profit, and it's wonderful to have a sponsor. Don't forget to do your shopping online for dollar store items. This is what I tell people. This is great. How are things going in the dollar store business world?
Things are great in the dollar store business world. We have a lot of great products. And as I said yesterday, I think you were listening backstage. I'm not sure whether you heard it, but I talked to Rex Maida, who founded the dollar stores, and it looks like we're going to be going to India sometime soon. So with an online store, how about that?
Well, we know who to thank, don't we?
Yeah. and the condition, of course, is that when we do, we support Money Masters and the mission of Money Masters, which of course is teaching education to young people and helping those who are disadvantaged get out of their situation through financial education, which I think is a fantastic mission. So yeah, we have lots of products. We even ship to Southern California, Dr. Yu, just in case you don't know. Now, actually, I know you know. But anyway, and maybe Alexandra, maybe South Africa.
Pretty please.
So
Pretty please.
So I'll talk to.
The problem is UPS does not ship to South Africa at this time.
Well,
so you got to use non-UPS.
It's
delivery.
not UPS. It's not
USPS or UPS. Yeah.
It's the post office that does it, but I'm sure.
No, USPS does not either. You got to check.
Yeah, well, I understand that, but here's the thing: he ships locally from facilities that he has, and there are stores in Africa. So he has warehouses in Africa. So that's that's the next connection. And clearly, he has warehouses in India because that's where he started the business in 1996. We have a lot of great products, and I promised to look up that one a makeup product that sells on Amazon for $67 and $4 delivery. And we sell it for $2. So I'll have that for you on Tuesday
Okay.
after we have our meeting. I'll tell you what that one is. But Kimberly, why don't you start with the Minion napkins? Because they're your favorites.
Well, because if people buy them out, then I won't have any. It's kind of like toilet paper. People go do a run on toilet paper, then there's no more toilet paper.
Well,
So, of course, I'm not going to put the Minions. I want them for myself. So yeah, let's take a look. Let's see, paper products.
yep.
I went to the grocery store the other day. It was a big trip for me besides the doctor office. But look, people, they have toilet paper. Don't worry yourself over not being able to get toilet paper anymore. It's inexpensive. They don't have any in our stores. They're gone. All the shelves are empty.
Mm-hmm.
Which I thought was interesting. I wasn't there for that. I just went down the aisle just to see out of curiosity. And, I just thought, wow, that's really odd or stupid, that we've done that to ourselves. But paper products are important. There were no paper towels either. There were no tissues. There was no paper products.
I actually saw people putting up tents so that they were going to wait for the next delivery. I'm kidding, of course, but
it's true. They tell us our next delivery comes at 6 a.m. on
Right.
Saturday morning. I'm like, well, I'm not going to be there because I'm going to be getting ready for this. So, but the girls are really nice to me because I've known them forever, and I'm always nice to them when I go in, and they go, "Oh, we'll set aside whatever you want." I go, "Yeah, you'll get beaten up over the toilet paper, so I won't go there. I don't need to. I got the dollar store." The dollar store has hair color. They have face masks that moisturize. They got feet moisturizers socks that you put on to moisturize your feet. It's just, there's no reason to go out and shop for any of this stuff. If you need a lunchbox for your kid, I don't know why you do that now, but just even at home, it's kind of fun to pack your lunch and eat during the day just to keep that habit. But look, it's frozen. Now, come on, Ankit, tell me your little one wouldn't like this one, right?
Frozen, sure.
So frozen. Look, there's a whole pack of dollars. I don't know why you want play money today, but there's a whole pack of play money. Parchment paper. I'm going to tell you what, I've learned a huge humble experience in the past 2 or 3 years for whatever reason. I've always, baked a lot of food over the holidays. And for some reason, the past few years, maybe my oven's changed, but things just weren't cooking right. I switched over to using parchment paper. I will never bake on anything else again. I'm just telling you right now. Parchment, and this is inexpensive. Parchment paper is very expensive if you buy it online, especially from our big favorite store, A. But here it's pretty cheap. And it comes already cut in sheets. You don't even have to cut it. So, I just want to say that whatever you need, there's paper plates. There's, Nick was real happy because he was able to buy pens and not go to the store. So there's, school supplies, office supplies, just anything you want. But anyway, I think Alexandra has to go. I don't mind.
Minion napkins.
Beam in and beam out kind of a show, right? If you're scheduled.
Yeah, I feel so bad.
Oh no! So, hold on just a second. But we want to say goodbye, and we'll see. Not goodbye. We'll see you Sunday.
Yes.
Yep.
Bye, everybody.
Not
See you
a typical
Sunday.
girl. Take care. No, we like people beaming in and out. Our family. We're adding new family. We have we have family that is going to be joining us. New shows that are going to be joining us all week with what do you call it? Comedy. So
Oh wow.
Yeah. What's this? Yeah. Wow.
It's the Kung Fu Master.
Be with you.
Master, I've learned some Kung Fu.
I studied Taekwondo for several years.
Yeah, the old British dubbing, the Hong Kong Kung Fu Theater. Remember that?
Yeah.
Kimberly, I have to jump off because I got off a call to
Okay.
get on.
So you're
But
beaming
I
out.
just want.
Is there something you want to share before you?
Well, the thing I want to share is that we have over 4,000 products. $25 orders or more, shipping is free. We have a rewards program. So anybody who signs up to become a customer gets an immediate $5 discount. Ankit was looking for his $5 bill, I could tell. So anyway, yes, and every time somebody buys something, additional rewards that they can use for more purchases. So go to the IBM.TV website, click on the green button, become a customer, get your rewards, and then start shopping. We have over 4,000 items, close to 4,500 items.
And you're donating to a good cause.
And we're donating to Money Masters. And that's the important
because we
part.
want to teach financial smart.
There it is. His $5 worth of discounts. Ankit took them, but we have more. So there you go.
And don't forget, you can get your CBD there, and it comes in small amounts. But CBD is very expensive. I use it, and it comes in a bottle. It's very, very expensive. But you can try it, see if you like it. You didn't go out a huge amount of money. So hand washing. I just want to share real quick my experience at the doctor's office yesterday, which I missed my treatments, and it's been 2 months. So I was very excited to go, but the whole system changed. But every step I took, we had to do the sanitizing the hands, right? They were real proud of me because I could do it right. They were like, wow, how did you know to do all of this? And I go, oh, our doctors on our show taught us this. But every step I took, right down to when they put the oximeter on my finger and they took it off, they made me do my hands. Everything they did, everything they touched, they were constantly, and maybe it sounds like overkill, but I'm proud of my doctors for one, staying open and making sure that we can get our treatments, and two, for taking those precautions and teaching them. So, but we had to sanitize our hands before we reached in the box to get our mask. Every door we touched, we had to sanitize our hands. So it's a new wave, but I saw that you had hand sanitizer, hand soaps. And
Yep. We have Dove, which is reputed. And I remember Dr. Yu looked it up when we were talking about this last week. And it basically breaks the sheath around the virus, which then allows you to kill the virus. Dove and Dawn dish soap. So they're the two best. But anyway, I do have to run. I do see that Dr. Moskowitz asked me about quercetin. I'll take a look at that, and we'll see what we can do. And in the meantime, God bless, stay safe, and I will
love you.
Yep, there we go.
We love you.
See you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much for your support.
Happy to.
It takes a lot to pull together your sponsors and your support. But when they approached us, I was just so shocked. I wasn't expecting someone to be our sponsor so soon. And that said a lot about us, because they could have picked anyone, because there's so many other shows out there that have been around a long time. But they chose us because of our financial literacy programs that we really enforce. But they also liked our message that we were giving people on the TV show. And I hear that a lot. People always say, we really like the message. You're not about the standard news media hype. And we haven't been, really. We've been reporting the data, talking to real doctors. And we've kind of shifted not just to COVID, but just general good, healthy practices, and building our immunity and health is bringing us, is going to protect us and save us. And one of the conversations yesterday kind of piqued my interest, because it's something I said. We got to get over thinking about a vaccine, and we have to learn to just live with it. We have to learn how to live with the virus, because there's going to be more. What do you think about that, Dr. Philip? And welcome to talk with
my gardener just texted I had a leak in my sprinkler, And I asked him, where do I shut it off? He told me where. Go ahead. What did you ask?
I was just wondering, what is your thoughts on the fact that we maybe shouldn't be focusing so much on the vaccine, but just, there was talk this week that on our show that we just should learn to live with it, learn ways to live.
Well, here's the deal. I mean, you know my
I know how you feel.
Yeah, you know my position on vaccines.
I agree with you.
It's incredible how if you ask your pediatrician what is in that vial, they don't know. All right, because the bottom line, they don't get paid until they deliver that vaccine to your baby, your child on the schedule, and now they're vaccinating pregnant women. And if you just look at the ingredients, right? Thimerosal, which is formaldehyde, mercury, aluminum, and they put these adjuvants in there as preservatives, and it kind of activates, the vaccines, right? It stimulates the immune system, and then they culture a lot of these vaccines in animal or aborted fetus parts, human aborted fetus parts, to culture it. Ethically, I cannot take that. I cannot put that stuff in my body, my kids. If I had another baby, I would not. I'll leave California before doing that, or put my kids in homeschooling. And B, just the health consequences of putting known neurotoxins into your body. I mean, look at the EPA standards on water, lead and mercury in your water. I mean, it's very strict. Why are they letting concentrated mercury in injectable form in your system? It's a closed system. If you get toxins of mercury or lead from food or air and water, that can be detoxified out of your system. But when you inject it intramuscularly, it's very hard to get it out. It's going to go to the brain eventually. And look at how many autism. I think it's 1 out of every 34 kids have some form of autism or ADHD, where before in the 80s it was 1 out of 10,000 kids. The advent of vaccination is correlated with the increase of autism and, brain degeneration, all these strange, ADHD, ADD. I never heard of these diagnoses when I grew up in the 70s,
No, that was called BAD.
Yeah, and we're on the blue screen too much. You're on your computer, your phone. That blue light is not good for your brain.
No.
It shuts off melatonin. You can't sleep. So there are consequences with our supposed advanced technology and allopathic medicines, and what happens is, and I believe these vaccines cause so much autoimmune disease, the rise of thyroid, diabetes, digestives, and then you're taking these medications your whole life. So it's like the perfect profit model for these pharmaceutical companies. They got guaranteed patients from when you're born, right? So it's crazy. I think during this COVID time, we should look at, we're gonna rapid approve a vaccine that only takes 45 years to develop into 18 months or shorter, with no safety studies, no double-blind safety studies. It just boggles my. You're gonna put that in your body? This is a modern-day Joseph Mengele experimenting on children, during Nazi Germany. What is the difference?
Well, and I want to bring a point up with that too.
Where's the Geneva Convention? Where's the ethics in this? We have what's called IRBs. Where are these intervention review boards getting their ethics from?
Well, definitely not from
the Nuremberg trials.
One of the things I want to point out is, like, in the situation that we're in right now, and we keep preaching or talking about the fact that testing is very, very important so that we can isolate the situation, maybe prevent flash mass spreading. Because if we do proper testing and proper tracking, like if you properly test and properly track, you should be able to contain. But oddly enough, where it seems like we don't have enough test kits, our own leaders are testing daily in the White House.
Well, it's funny. And then when you see They don't wear masks though.
No, they will not wear masks.
Oh my gosh.
They're not wearing masks. They're not doing what they
Do
preach.
they know something
And
that
then
we
he
don't?
says, you know, I don't want to be
Yeah.
ridiculous and over test in the United States. I don't want us to look ridiculous. And yet you're testing every day. And testing is a whole lot more safer on the body than the immunizations and all the drugs that they say maybe work. To me,
Here's another thing about testing. What testing method are they using? Now, the standard is PCR. It's the nasal swab, right? The nucleic acid test. But that's only accurate if you have a colony of the COVID virus at the nasopharynx junction or the back of your throat. They used to do the back of the throat. What if the colony already passed down your trachea? It's in your lungs. What if you swab the wrong area? You know, it could test a colony. It doesn't test antibodies. We need antibody testing, IgG for a chronic exposure, or IgM with a recent exposure. And then at least you kind of know that you've been exposed, and you know it's shedding. If you're IgM, you should self-quarantine. If IgG, guess what? You've had it for a while. You had the immunity. You're most likely safe to go out and conduct your trade. Now, if you're IgM, you should stay home.
Yeah.
And if you're elderly or you have a comorbidity like pneumonia, so they should let healthy people go out and get the economy going. You know, I don't want to hear this business. Oh, you may cause a second infection, or you may be shedding the virus when you don't know that. Guess what? If you have a strong immune system, if your neighbor has a strong immune system, you know, you're going to develop herd immunity, and we'll get through this. But flattening the curve, you're just extending the herd immunity. You're tanking the economy for what, a 0.3% death rate chance, which that's like the influenza virus. It's no more dangerous. Let me come to this. If there's no biased news, and most of this news is liberal,
it's all biased.
There's no COVID-19. I'm serious. It would be business as usual. Okay. Yeah.
The only concern wasn't the fact that of the virus itself. It was the mass spreading and not being able to control it for the people who would become very, very sick in the hospitals. That was the biggest concern. If people were being honest and transparent, it was about the ability.
A lot of people went to the hospitals and overburdened the emergency room and urgent cares because they would freak out the media. Oh, Fauci says 2 million will die in the U.S., 5% be infected. No, it's not. It's 0.3%. You know, so if you get a cold or cough, then I better go to the emergency room, right? And you're overburdening that. Guess what? If I get a cold or cough, I stay home and eat chicken soup and take vitamin C and D, not go in and get an iatrogenic infection from the hospital. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
and then you're exposed to MRSA virus and all that stuff.
Well, most people, they don't know any better. And two, most people go to work sick. All right. Yeah. I just like, you know, when they first started exercising the shutdown in North Carolina, and they were still allowing 500 people to go to work every day at one of the buildings, the government buildings, and somebody walked in with a fever.
Yeah.
COVID.
Yeah. So they should, you know, we use our laser non-contact thermometer. That should be done. Yeah. We got a 10-second hold your breath test. And if you're starting to cough, then you have some fibrosis probably. You should go home, emergency room. You know, we have the rapid test kits. Mm-hmm. And that should be the gold standard right now. But for some reason, they're plugging the PCR nasal swab. Very uncomfortable. It only tests the colonization.
And it takes 10 days.
Exactly. And to get the results 7 to 10 days, or you send it to LabCorp, and you know
it's all about money.
We could just ship the cassette, the test cassette, to the home. We actually did it, right? Mm-hmm. There's one in San Diego. Yeah, I walked into the test on video. Hey, prick your finger with the lancet, you know, wipe it off with alcohol, put it in the test area, put the reagent, 10 minutes, he was tested negative. Guess what? He has peace of mind. His wife, I told him, get an N95 mask, take vitamin C, vitamin D. You don't hear the word enhance your body's natural immune system from the CDC, FDA, all the regulators. But what you do see, vaccine. We got to get this vaccine rapid approval. Let's skip the animal trials. Let's do it in the humans.
Let's try it
Yeah.
out on humans.
Guess what?
We saw what a mess that was when they were pushing hydroxychloroquine and Revespra, whatever those
Oh, the
other
studies
drugs
were
were. It's just,
totally
they
manipulated.
kind of worked. They weren't work. Maybe worked. Sometimes
No,
worked.
the hydroxychloroquine study was done on people in hospice. And
Yeah.
they're already dying, Of course it's not going to work.
I mean, a few people were taking it and touted, yeah, it worked. But, I think at some point in time, like you said, any drug would work. Any drug that's used to help with malaria or Ebola, it's probably going to help with this virus because those drugs are what? They're mostly about anti-inflammatory
Yeah.
and things like that. And this is something that, even Dr. Moskowitz was saying the asthma medications were working just as good, right? Dr.
Or
Moskowitz?
quinine. Just take quinine. It's natural. Drink tonic water. Yeah, there you go. There's no side effects, So, and zinc. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
Zinc
I'll
breaks
take
down the
it.
RNA polymerase transcription in the
Yeah,
throat. Zinc lozenge before it goes down your trachea. I mean, but you say zinc and then, oh, you're one of those, you believe in natural stuff. That stuff doesn't work. Or you can't say high dose vitamin C boosts your immune system. You can't claim that, So I claim the study. Well, 2-time Nobel Prize winner Linus Pauling, his studies show vitamin C shortens the cold, symptoms, or So you got to be politically correct now.
So what's amazing to me? Yeah, politically correct. That's the problem with our country and why we're not getting better is that we have to be politically correct. I am thoroughly a little agitated because they are testing at the White House daily. With the rapid test kits. To me, they could have sent out a rapid test kit to everyone before they sent the stimulus check, and that probably would have stimulated us back to work. Because if we were sending out test kits, we could test whether somebody had it, like you said, or what could go to work or couldn't go to work and kind of control our economy that way, but also control the mass infection rate. And then we would probably be back at work right now. But no, they reserved all the test kits for themselves. They're testing themselves daily. And now they're saying, we're going to look really dumb if we test everybody. No, you're testing yourself every day. The stimulus check should have came after everyone got tested. And the people who needed to stay home received a stimulus check. And
they would have saved so
sick,
much money sending out a $10 kit instead of $1,200.
Thank you.
Household, the head of household, spouse, $500 each kid, and they say, "Oh, you have the green light to go back to work."
Yeah, so that to me that would have been better. A $10 kit to each household, even one for each person, right? They're $10 a kit. So each person, but if the person tested okay to go back to work, then they go back to work. If you didn't, then you stay home and get a stimulus.
And the FDA literally changes their guidelines daily. One day it's like, okay, we don't have kits. We're going to rapid permission to import them from China or whatever. Now they're like, oh, it has to go through emergency use authorization, full approval, and you could only do the test at a CLIA lab. And there's not a lot, in each state. It's so regulated. Who's going to go to a CLIA lab to click your finger? It's like a pregnancy test or a cluster. You could do it at home. A monkey could do it, Why do you need a CLIA lab for that?
I think mostly the government wants the results from the test. So they don't want you just to take the test. They want the data from that test.
Well, you have every pharmacy do it.
Right.
And there's a registry, and they put in the data. Positive. It's not rocket science.
Every grocery store, just give them to the grocery store and put a certified person at the gateway of every grocery store and every pharmacy.
Yeah, you get temp and So
because I go up to my grocery stores right. Fortunately, we live in the country, but it's not too far. Or like you said, a pharmacy. Pharmacies are a lot farther, but one or the other. But have them at a place where people go to routinely. Person.
Yeah, so I saw Tony Robbins was even saying, yeah, the news has to stop scaring people. We have to have the proper tests. And he's even invested in stem cell therapy for COVID. I think he maybe helped fund, he's partners with Dr. Hariri who got rapid approval to do natural killer cell and birth tissue, placenta, umbilical cord
Placenta, yeah.
for COVID. They got FDA IND approval. So I think the good thing about COVID is making the FDA just pass these stem cell studies through instead of denying them all.
Well, and I think that's
a valid way to, immunomodulate the immune system without having to artificially, manipulate it with pharmacology.
It's also encouraged people to invest in that kind of research now, because for many years, medical research was not the big thing unless there was certain patents involved. I think
he even was saying, but Dr. Hurry, we want to find a way to make each dose FDA compliant. The problem with stem cells is the stem cell count is different with each batch because each umbilical cord has a different count of mesenchymal stem cells. You can't say 1 cc has a million stem cells. That's what the FDA wants, to approve it as an IND, like a drug. So I guess they're trying to find a way where they could culture the stem cells. You could predict the exact how many growth factors, how many stem cells. That way you can patent it, and it could be,
manipulated nature, and that's not what.
That's the problem. We don't want to. We don't want to add.
You don't want to add junk to it. We don't want to add mercury or saline.
It's kind of strange. Why would you classify a biological tissue as a drug?
Right.
So
this is the way I see stem cell. I see it based on the little bit of research. My mind was piecing together a great way to explain what I see it as, is that, when we need a new liver, we transplant a liver. That liver cannot be patented.
Or blood transfusion.
Maybe the process and technical use of can be, but that can't be FDA approved. Did they go FDA approve that person's liver when they put in that other person's body? Was that FDA approved? No, it was a transplant.
Yeah, it was a graft.
It's the same thing to me. You're going to take live, healthy stem cells, and you're going to put them in a person whose stem cells are dying. It's just a transplant. To me, it is not.
FDA even shut down.
It's not
your own body stem cells from your adipose tissue. You know why? They said that's a drug.
It's not a drug.
Approved. Your own body fat stem cells a drug. Yeah, right.
No, it's not a drug. I see it as just like a new heart or a new liver. We're taking something that was dying in your body and we're replacing it with something that's healthy.
People don't realize there are 2 FDA-approved treatments. One is for leukemia, blood cancer. That's bone marrow aspirated stem cells from your bone marrow blood. All right. And then 2, certain cancers, like Jimmy Carter had multiple myeloma, and he tried this stem cell therapy from the CD19 called CAR T therapy, chimeric antigen therapy. And he was cured of his multiple myeloma, which is one of the worst cancers, spreads everywhere, all over your bones and all that. Cured by CAR T therapy, chimeric antigen T killer cell therapy. It's taken from a stem cell called CD19. And he brought it and got it approved. I think Medicare covers it. But it's like a $400,000 treatment that they bill Medicare for. I don't know why a lot of people don't know about this. Maybe it's hard to get it approved for billing.
Well, it's just
like out of pocket for CAR T therapy. You could pay like $40,000 to have it done, but I think Medicare does cover it. You just have to bill it the right way. But you would think this would make the news. It doesn't, though. People still want to get their chemotherapy because it's the most profitable pharmaceutical invention there is.
No, I agree, and I think the problem is that we're labeling it as something that it's not. Okay, it's not a medicine.
Yeah,
different is nature. Okay, it is nature. It's like going out and getting a vat of honey. It's going to be a little bit different every time you get it. It's like when you transplant a healthy organ in a human body, or if you give them new blood, you're transfusing, you're transplanting the cells, and you cannot FDA.
Well, they should just kind of don't try to force it to be a drug IND.
Thank you.
New drug 351 study. Leave it as a transplant, a graft.
That's
which
what
we're
I keep
able to
saying.
do.
Because it's a living cell.
Put a tendon
You're
here, put a
not-
torn tendon there, torn
Right.
muscle here. You could transfer fat around.
It's living. It's a living cell.
A lot of these tissue, now they're saying, "Oh, that's a drug. We got to regulate it."
No,
because it works so good.
but it's not a drug.
Bankrupt the opioid industry because it's solving chronic pain.
But the thing is I think it was sold as a drug, and it needs
chemotherapy. It'll compete, and they don't want to hurt their profit margin.
Chemotherapy has saved a lot of lives, but it kills the body. It kills.
It's a last resort.
It kills the body. It kills the cells.
Yeah.
In order for you to kill the bad, right? But somewhere I think stem cell, because it rejuvenates cells in the body, we should be able to find a way to transplant them into humans and not worry about FDA. We are using them to heal the body, like heal the joints, right? You've shared with me how it can heal the joints. But it helps things rejuvenate and grow. I think we need to rewrite the book on how we're selling it if we're going to get it.
Well, the Russians, Swiss, Germans, a lot of European nations have been using stem cell therapy for almost 80 to 100 years. So America is like a century behind. And even traditional Chinese medicine, thousands of years old, stimulates your body's endogenous stem cells to work better. That is a form of regenerative medicine. You don't always have to inject it from a donor if you're young and healthy. But the problem is the older you get, your stem cell count goes down. They're less regenerative, the ones that have left. So those people would benefit from, a donor from the umbilical cord because their days are old, right? And there's no graft versus host disease because the umbilical cord, the tissue is considered, it's an adult mature tissue. It's already matured. If you get it from an embryo, then you get ethical issues, and then those cells are more primitive, then it possibly could form into a tumor or something. But let me play that stem cell, that breakthrough for immunity stem cell video with Tony Robbins, kind of like the host.
Let's do that, and then talk about it a little bit. Let's
share the screen.
Play that, because I was very interested. Actually, I had gone in and was gonna. I thought about cutting some of it out, but I just didn't have time. But it was really, really good. Go ahead and play it.
Let me know if
breakthroughs in.
Can you hear the?
Hold on, I gotta add it to the stream. Hold on.
Let's get into the.
Let me know.
Can you hit play?
Okay.
Panel discussion.
So do me a favor, make it big. Can you make it big?
Wait, hold on. This is a video of a video. Yeah.
There you go. That's what we want.
Can you hear him?
Yeah.
All right.
Shout out to all of you that I know are dealing with all kinds of stresses with the whole world being shut down. We have Twitter, a number of people feeling people are shut down in their homes. There's so much fear and there's so much uncertainty. And so the purpose of this particular program is to bring you some of the best experts in the world to help you put this in context. Because a lot of what we've heard and a lot of the decisions we've made accurate and haven't been accurate, unfortunately. No one's done anything wrong. Everybody's trying to protect our society, protect our world. And in so doing, there may be some overprotection. And so just like if you go hear a medical diagnosis today, most human beings know you should get a second opinion. Today, we're going to have some experts who are super qualified to be able to talk in this area because it's their pure expertise. Try and give you a context of what we've learned and where we really are, maybe dispel some of the fear. But then the majority of the time, we really want to talk to is what are some of the solutions that are coming out. They're true breakthroughs that can make a difference.
It's too loud.
We're gonna have a couple guests, but this is going to be my partner today, as my partner in real life. This is Peter Diamandis, who's my dear, dear friend, and we're partners together. He's the head of the X Prize. He created the X Prize. Most of you are my audience know he is.
The volume's good.
Singularity. He's multiple New York Times #1 bestseller with Bold and Abundance and Bold Apple Partners. There's so many companies I could list them all. But Peter joined us now. We're doing this all by Zoom because we're all trapped at our individual locations. So Peter, hello. Thanks for joining me, brother. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, brother, a pleasure. And yeah, it's a pleasure to welcome everybody as well. And during this time, we're all trying to understand what's going on with this pandemic, because it's both a viral pandemic and it's a pandemic of fear. And people are talking about what are the diagnostics available, what are the antivirals available, what are the vaccines available, more importantly, what are the therapeutics available. And we have an incredible guest that Tony will introduce in a second, who's another brother and a partner with us, one of the smartest people that we know. But I want to contextualize what we're going to speak about during the course of this hour plus. The first is, let's talk about what's truly going on around the world in terms of what are the real numbers. How fearful should you be? How hopeful or optimistic should you be that this might be over soon? Or it's not as bad as people think it is. But the meat of this program is going to be a therapeutic treatment for COVID, for viral infections that you might not have heard about. And it's a concept of cellular medicine. So we're going to be talking about how do you augment your immunity with natural killer cells and with stem cells. An extraordinary scientist, physician, and CEO is with us. Tony, you want to go ahead and introduce?
Yes, I just want to say, in this particular show, we may divide this in two, to be honest, so we'll decide us it's here, but we're also going to bring you some people who are in the most advanced areas of testing. You all heard about antibody testing. Many people are saying this is the only way we really get back to work. Because the current tests that you're doing swabs on, we'll go into this a little bit later in the show here, they're, first of all, not super accurate, a lot of false positives, but most importantly, it only tells you that you might have the virus now. It doesn't tell you if you develop antibodies. In fact, if your body's now, your immune system is strong and it'll fight off the virus, you don't have to worry about it. You're free to go back to your normal life. So that's pretty important, as well as similar company that is working on a vaccine that's worked in this industry for more than 30 years, but a vaccine that may be accelerated in its tempo, not 18 months away, simply because the source of the vaccine, as we'll walk through with them, doesn't actually use the virus itself, so it's not so dangerous. But we'll get into that as well. So it's a solution-oriented show. But we're going to start by introducing, let's start with our screen before we show his real face. Just his background, Dr. Bob Howry, MD, PhD. Bob is an incredible neurosurgeon. He's a biomedical student. He's a high-performance aviator. He's a serial entrepreneur in two technology sectors in biomedicine and aerospace. He's truly a renaissance man. And he's our dear friend and partner. But I got a hold of Bob originally through Peter and I when I tore my rotator cuffs and kind of started on this journey of understanding cellular therapy, because they were torn so badly during this snowboarding accident that literally the doctors, 3 of the doctors, you have to have surgery immediately. The pain was incredible. And then the problem was the rehab, the 3 to 6 months of rehab where I wouldn't be able to clap, move, and do things like do. And Bob was the one who taught me the difference in the different types of stem cells in the world and cellular therapy, and got me to the right type of treatment, the impact of which was one session, no exaggeration, and my rotator cuff is absolutely perfect. I could do everything I want to do. I had no downtime. I mean, it was life-changing to me, life-changing to me. So that intervened into this whole area of really looking at the change that's happening in medicine today and finding out as much as they could about cellular therapy. Bob is the chairman and founder and chief executive officer of Cellularity. It's one of the world's leading human cellular therapeutic companies. He's a pioneer in stem cells and just a brilliant, brilliant guy, and he's also a straight shooter. It's always fun to be with Bob. Bob, welcome to the program.
Tony, great to see you. And Peter, thanks for having me on. Beautiful, buddy.
Great to be with you, man. So let's start with context. I mean, you're up there in New York. You see on the news every night, there's a red flame around everything. More people dying, more people diagnosed. You and I both know diagnosed doesn't mean a whole lot. It's who gets hospitalized. They put these huge numbers up, and no one's trying to do anything wrong. They're trying to inform people, and unfortunately, using fear as the primary motivator. Can you give us a little context about what's really happening in the trenches, where we stand, and what the numbers are originally based on, but all these formulas that made us shut down the world economy are, hold on, versus what we're finding now?
Listen, we're living through an unprecedented event in global health. Viruses come and go all the time. Pandemics happen with a great deal of frequency. What's unique about this particular pandemic is the nature of the virus itself is somewhat different than what we are normally used to. And the somewhat nefarious origins of the virus have left people to be both on a hyper-vigilant, hyper-alert state, but also willing to react very aggressively to any negative news they hear. Now, the bottom line is the early evaluation and reports on the number of people who were infected and who had bad results from the infection was very alarming. If you go back 6 to 8 weeks ago, the number of people that were shown to have the virus and were getting really sick was alarming because this was somewhat unusual for conventional flu, at least the way conventional flu is reported. Now, the fact is that we really don't fully understand when this virus first made landfall here in the United States. There are some who speculate that it may have come here as early as last fall. A virus like this has characteristics that dictate its rate of spread. Some of those characteristics are how long can somebody be carrying it and infected with it where they don't have symptoms, yet they can still infect others. If that period is long, then one person can interact with many, many more people and potentially be a source of infection for those people. Influenza, the incubation period is relatively short, which means if you got it, within a few days, a day or two, you're starting to have symptoms, you isolate yourself naturally from the crowd. You're not infecting that many people. But if you can carry it for 7 to 10 to 14 days, relatively asymptomatic, you may infect hundreds of people, and therefore the exponent, how many people wind up ultimately getting exposed, is that much higher. It's very suspicious how quickly this particular viral infection affected many, many people. That's number one. Number two is that although the vast majority of people, probably 90% who are exposed and get infected, actually have very mild or no symptoms at all. And these people don't even seek help of the physician or a hospital. But a small percentage that are going to the hospital and are seen to have, in fact, been infected do develop very severe complications. Those complications can include difficulty breathing, in some cases necessitating being on a ventilator. And we're actually learning more and more that the ventilatory problems are not like a conventional pneumonia. They may, in fact, be far more insidious. They may, in fact, involve the way oxygen gets across the lung into the blood, and even how the oxygen is carried in the bloodstream. That being said, for roughly every 100 patients who is so alarmed that they go to the emergency room, 80 of them are sent home because they're not that sick. 20 wind up staying in the hospital, and of that 20, 4 to 6 of those get sick enough they have to be put in the ICU. So the numbers are not that alarming, but remember, when the news first carried the possibilities that this pandemic could affect millions and millions of patients, and when the lethality rate was originally estimated to be as high as 5%, you know everyone panicked. People, if your wife or your child or your brother or your mother started to develop symptoms, you ran to the emergency room. Most people, with the amplitude of symptoms that they had, under normal circumstances, if this wasn't on the front page of every news, would stay home and rough it out. But in contrast, this was such a crisis call that people were
this fear produced mass number of people in the hospital who wouldn't normally go there, overran the hospitals. That's right. Certainly got in the way in certain countries like Italy and so forth, where they're able to operate normally, do what they normally do. But then also, all of that fear was really based on algorithms that came from an initial small group of people from China who were extremely ill, not understanding who might be infected as a whole. So we're used to the flu with 20 to 40 million people being infected in the U.S. alone every year, and us having 35 to 80,000 deaths. They're seeing normal. This year, the CDC says we have 39 million people infected with the flu. There have been 29,000 deaths here in the United States in this exact time period. And we've had 200,000 hospital visits, but none of that gets reported. Because what's happening is what's new about this, we have 0 cases, and then we found the virus, and now we started testing for it everywhere. And as you know, Bob, wherever we test, we find more and more of it. But it's changing the morbidity or the death rate. Everything was based on these algorithms. That's what Dr. Fauci and everyone else did with the best intent of protecting us and going 3.5%, 4.5%, 5% death rate versus flu, which might be 0.1, 2, or 3 or 4, less than 0.5%. And they decided to take giant action. You know, Dr. Fauci's a good man. He's worked his tail off. He's been around, you know, he's 70 plus years old. He's been telling people up until now, because it was his best estimate, all these formulas, we all know bad data in, bad data out, right? Algorithms they're only as good as what you put in. These 3.5%, 4.5% morbidity rates they're talking about being far greater than the flu, he's now correcting that a week ago. This is New England Journal of Medicine, as you well know, one of the most respected journals in the United States. Let's read it together. March 26th. If one assumes that the number of asymptomatic, meaning no symptoms, or minimally symptomatic cases is several times as high as the number of reported cases, the case fatality rate may be considerably less than 1%. That suggests that the overall clinical consequences of COVID-19 may also be more akin to those of a severe seasonal influenza, which means flu, versus SARS or MERS, which were at 9, 10, and 30%, 6%. Yet unfortunately, on the news, he committed weeks ago, 200,000 and 2 million people were going to die. And so he said it again, 200,000 probably. And they asked him in the news, reporters, you said 2 million. He goes, that's still possible. The numbers don't show that to be true right now. And yet people are scared and we're shutting down our economy on it. So I love your comments on these. These are facts. They're not suggestions of some right-wing conspiracy. This is not saying there's conspiracy. It's just saying people are trying to protect, and maybe they've overreacted to something because it's so new. What are your comments on this?
So, you hit on a lot of important points. Let's go over a couple of them. First of all, what has completely alarmed everyone is that early prediction that the death rate could be as high as 5%. Remember, 5% means 1 in 20 people die. It means that more than that actually get sick, but 1 in 20 actually die. That means lots of people will die, right? 0.1%.
Based on the New York numbers, it should be 148,000 people. I just read the article, based on the original projection, and obviously it's not.
But influenza deaths, 0.1%, that's 1 in 1,000, okay? I bet you that very few of us can remember a friend or loved one who died of influenza. So that 5% lethality rate that was originally quoted was the basis for everyone's reflexive and panic response to this crisis. Now, you mentioned something else that's very important. The data is being derived from numbers based upon certain test results, many of which are not reflective of the biology. And let me explain that. The first test available was a test for the presence of the virus, which is looking for the nucleic acids of the coronavirus itself. They swab the surface of your nasal mucosa. It's not a comfortable thing, but they do it. And then they measure whether or not you have the nucleic acids from this virus. That says you have what's called colonization by the virus. That doesn't equate to infection by the virus, okay? Those are two different things. The only way to determine whether you're really infected is to identify the virus inside you, and you're sick. You're actually developing symptoms. So if all you're going to do is measure only the people who are symptomatic, and if they're symptomatic, detect virus on them, and that is your case number, that becomes the denominator from which you calculate death rate. So you take the number of people who died over the cases that you discovered, and that's where they were coming up with this 3, 4, 5% death rate. That's not an accurate reflection, and it's not the way we calculate the death rate for flu. Okay? Just so you know, the CDC, you can go to the CDC website. The CDC calculates the death rate for flu as the number of people who die divided by the estimated number of cases. These are not documented, demonstrated patients who have influenza. It's what the government estimates it to be. Here's the problem. I just sent you 2 graphs. Okay? If you look at the first tab, okay, it's the death rate. It's the death rate here in the United States, which was starting to drop, and the minute it started to drop, it pumped back up. And the reason it pumped back up is they started to attribute anyone who died in the hospital as COVID. That's what's called statistical reassignment. Okay, it's a method that's used by people to get whatever they want. So if you're going to take someone who got to the hospital and died of a heart attack, and then post-mortem swab his nose and find coronavirus and say, "Hey, he died of COVID," that's not accurate, right? When you see, Mark Twain said there's three kind of lies, damn lies, and statistics. Okay, I'm going to jump in 1 second here, guys, just to add some context here as well. The important thing for folks to realize is this, again, a pandemic, a viral pandemic, but this is also a pandemic of fear. And it's created by misinformation and by people trying to actually do good, right? Because we aren't panicking when someone dies from influenza. But let me give some other numbers. But we talk about the death rates going on from COVID-19, and we're seeing numbers like, peak at 600 a day, 800 a day, 1,000 a day. But here's some numbers to contextualize this globally. Tuberculosis kills 3,000 people every day. Hepatitis, 2,400 people. HIV/AIDS, 2,100 people. Malaria, 2,000 people. So we have, every single day around the world.
We're not shutting down everything all over the place, and some of those things are infectious as well.
And as bad as this is, again, for all of us, our hearts go out to people, and I know friends who have passed on this and who have been intubated on this, and it's a terrible challenge. There is one silver lining here that's important to realize. And I'll just say it, I think of this almost as a practice pandemic. In that, this is not the first pandemic. There have been massively bad pandemics, and there will be ones in the future, period, as we're encroaching on the environment, as temperatures rise, and all of those elements. We talk about that if you want, but ultimately, this pandemic could have had the transmissibility that this particular, SARS-CoV-2 virus has, with the mortality of an Ebola, right? People treat this like it's a death sentence when they oh my God, I have COVID-19. Well, could be a mild flu, it could be a bad flu, but imagine if it had a 50% mortality rate. And what this practice pandemic has done, I'm going to call that not to diminish the massive financial hardship this has had, but it's uncovered all of the break points in our financial system, our governance system, and our healthcare system that hopefully, if nothing else, we learn how to repair those and not have that happen again. One other thing that it's doing, and goes to the extraordinary work of my older brother from another mother here, Bob Hurry, is it's causing and allowing the FDA to iterate faster, because we've had a very slow, methodical, it's a bureaucracy. And we are seeing, again, diagnostics and vaccines. We'll talk about that in part 2 of this, but also antivirals and also therapeutics, one of which, very proud, is the brainchild of Bob Hurry.
The piece that we're trying to get across to you is that, yes, this is serious, but so is the flu. And that the people that are most affected by the flu are also the elderly. If you look at Italy and see all these people dying, 79% of them that died are over 90. Right? Literally 99% of the people who have the disease have some pre-existing condition, and more than half have 3: cancer, heart disease, diabetes. Well, maybe you can mention about what's been happening, because what's been a Nobel Prize winner said in Stanford, he was talking about, he's been on the air talking about this. So we're trying to do modeling.
Well, can we kind of set this up and talk about it just a minute, because this is a long video.
Yeah.
And it is very, very informative. Everybody loves Tony Robbins, and what they're doing and talking about is, that we let fear kind of drive us rather than looking at the facts, which is something that this show has been based on, totally facts, not fear. Let's look at the data. Let's talk about things. Been very, very, we might address some things that we hear in the media, but it's very important to not let the fear drive this situation. We should have been testing since day one, just, getting the test kits out there. I don't know about you, but I'm for test kits right now.
Well, you even heard from Dr. Hurry himself, hey, this nasal swab, that's only if you have a colony of
Right.
the virus in that area of your body.
Right.
Doesn't affect your whole body's immunity, whether you got the antibody. So he's saying, yes, we need mass antibody testing. That's why the rapid tests kits are perfect.
It is, and there's no reason why we shouldn't have one for every person right now, even if it's once a week, right? And definitely before people board a plane. Before you go get on a plane, I think every person needs to be tested right now, because that will prevent the mass flares. It's kind of like when you're dealing with fires, right? You got a fire started somewhere, you put it out. And that's what we need to do, is start containing this. One of the things that's concerning me too is I went to look at World of Meters numbers today, and it seems like people aren't reporting the numbers like they should. We get the not available right now.
When you saw that, even the doctors were saying, wait, you're reporting every death at the emergency room or ICU as COVID when he died of a heart attack, and they tested him. Oh, he had COVID. Doesn't mean he died from it. He was positive and he was dead already.
Right.
So the numbers are definitely skewed. Yeah.
The numbers are definitely skewed both ways, because a lot of deaths have occurred, and unless they were tested positive, they cannot count it as a COVID death. So from what I was told from some colleagues or people I know in the hospital zone areas, they were not allowed to put it on the death certificate as COVID unless that person was tested positive.
What Tony Robbins' point was, a lot of them tested positive after they passed away from the heart attack or something else. So it is skewed. Yeah.
It is very, very skewed. The numbers are not going to be honest. They're not, because one, we didn't test, we didn't control, we didn't contain. There's going to be a lot of people who die from starvation because they couldn't get to food. There are people who are going to die from the flu, regular flu, because they couldn't get help because they're not leaving their home. And like you and other doctors have said, and I think I heard this on Tony Robinson, we have locked ourselves in, so we're not building our immunity by getting the sunshine we need and all the other elements that we need to build our immunity. And you even talked about this the other day, that that's not helping us.
I'm just so glad they get it, right? You know, there's too much fear. We need to boost our immune systems, and now they have this stem cell study approved going on. It's very exciting what these movers and shakers are doing. They agree about the antibody testing, so we're right on the same page so far. So
well, we're slowly getting on the same page. The problem is that not all the leaders are willing to work the same way. I still think we should have, because it had become so bad. I thought it would have been better if we waited a little bit longer, unless we're able to do a lot of testing. And that's just, but I thought if we waited until we saw 0 new cases and maybe held on for a week, then started from ground zero. To me, then you kind of start, and then when a flare-up happens, you treat that flare-up. And that's kind of how they do the malaria situation. When they see that there's a flare-up of malaria in Africa, they kind of go and they centralize it real quick, take care of it. You know, that is just some things that they focus on. But I agree. We need to back off the fear. This is something we've been talking about on this show for a long time. We need the real data. We need transparency.
Yeah. Anyways, ironically, I got to go. I have another one of the groups I'm involved to get the message to the president about using the UV light and, the zinc, all the natural supplements to enhance the immune system. I have a meeting with him. So yeah, it's my Super Stem Cell Saturday continues. So yeah.
Yeah, Super Stem Cell Saturday, guys. We're going to be doing a TV show once a week with Dr. Yu.
Next week, I want to present. So John Scully, he was the CEO of Pepsi and Apple, right?
You want me to get him on the show?
No, so he's now like the CEO of a stem cell company, I guess. So, I'm going to present him as in our speaker like today, like Tony Robbins next week. So,
well, do you want me to see if he'll come and be on the show?
Yeah, tell him. Oh, we know that. Oh, we see
Well,
that
let's see what we can do.
yeah, you're CEO of Stem Cells now, regenerative
He's been on our
RX
show before.
Advanced. It's funny because when Steve Jobs lured him away from Pepsi, he didn't want to leave Pepsi. He said, "Do you want to just sell sugar water the rest of your life, or do you want to change the world?" And he challenged him to come to Apple, and then he made the iPhone and changed the world. So it's funny. I'd like to tell John Scully, someone already beat him to it to get him into promoting stem cells. Is, do you want doctors to inject sugar water in your muscles and joints to control pain, or do you want to change the world and inject stem cells in your joints or muscles? Because sugar water is prolotherapy, right? Or do you want to inject cortisone? So I challenge doctors who are in the allopathic model. Hey, do you want to just inject sugar water and cortisone for the rest of your life, or do you want to change the world and do regenerative medicine? So yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So let me show you something. Him and his wife have been on our show before. Hold
Get
on.
out of here! Wow.
Now let me show you. Hold on.
Let's get him on for next Saturday.
I'll see if they. That's what I mean.
Or if his schedule, we could do a special.
See?
Yeah, we could do a special Monday, session or something.
They invited us up into their suite, and we just had this audacious talk with him. He shared with us his book.
How did you get connected with him?
It's just I do.
Where does he live?
They have two homes. So, but yeah.
When was this?
A year and a half ago.
Wow. Yeah, let's get him on and talk about it.
He was running a different company at the time because he'll get involved if he really likes a company. Him and Diane, they work to she's his right arm, and they do things together. But it was our first couple interview, and that was really cool. And the guy sitting between Diane and I, he was running a company that John wanted to get promoted, so called Lantern. But yeah, now we could talk because he's a very good promoter about things like that. So I'll see if he will. What have you got there? But you can see this on IBM TV. You could go watch our interview. It's only 30 minutes. So
let's get him on again to talk about his he's new chairman of RX Advanced.
No doubt.
I believe RX Advanced is a regenerative medicine company.
I mean, he is always, every company that he seems to take under his wing, he always seems to do really well. So, but if you want to do that.
Oh, you know what it is? It looks like it's a new type of insurance company, healthcare, but maybe they're trying to get regenerative medicine covered. That's what it is.
Well, we'll line him up. But
yeah.
We're getting ready to start.
All right. But I gotta go now. Yeah, we'll definitely have him on the show, or I'll play his panel discussion. Okay.
And I'll see if Tim and Diane will join us.
Okay, we'll see y'all.
Take care. Love you. Cricket time! It's cricket time. Mohammed.
So I'd like to welcome Mr. Aturuku from Edison Cricket Club, and he is also very active especially in the cricket fraternity.
Is Ashton coming too?
I can hear a background music.
Who's playing music? Somebody's got music going, not me.
Somebody's playing music.
So I think Atul has the music.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. Hi. Mohammed. Yay, welcome. So, Atul, where are you at?
Pardon?
Where are you at? How are you doing today?
I'm in New Jersey. Edison,
wow.
New Jersey.
How is it in New Jersey?
It's nice. It's a little cool today, and we're expecting a little snow tomorrow.
I told you, Kit. I told you. Yeah, this is unusual, isn't it?
But generally, I'll tell you.
Yeah, snow in May.
this is a cricket season in New Jersey, but fortunately, because of range and because of the lockdown, I think no one is playing. Atulji, what do you think?
Yeah, because of the lockdown, no permits have been issued so far to play cricket, and I think the cricket season for the year is over.
And
Wow.
what about the indoor practice? Is it still on, or is it, that is also off the records now?
Uh, right now they're closed, so you can't even have cricket practice at this point in
Okay.
time.
I would also welcome
Hi, Ashok.
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 Gopala.
Hello, hello,
Hi, welcome.
hello everyone.
Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
Namaskar.
Who's that?
And we
Atul?
have
Hello,
Mohammed
Atul. How are
Yes,
you?
yeah. Hi, Ashok. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you.
So everyone's expecting snow, right?
Oh my gosh, May, second week of May, and we're still talking about snow. Yeah.
We have frost tonight. All of my garden, we're covering them up, the plants up and everything, because yeah, this is not good for our plants and everything. So
No, this is being specially done for Mother's Day, all the mothers.
Mother's Day, right? It's freezing for Mother's Day. Not a good thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway,
So I would like to ask Atulji. I mean, because we have viewers around the world, and especially in US, they are not sure that how big is cricket in USA. So can you explain how big is the cricket in US?
Well, cricket in the United States, I would say there are over 1,000 cricket clubs. All of them playing cricket, but for a long time, the U.S. Cricket Association was not properly formed, but now the American Cricket Board has been formed with the help of ICC, and most of the games are going to be played based on ICC rules and regulations.
Excellent.
So you have basically most of the players are from South Asia, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. You have, if you go in the Midwest, you'll have people from Australia, New Zealand, all the Commonwealth countries, they're playing. And you have a few Americans also who have joined in. So it is getting very much organized now with ICC, because once the American Cricket Board was set up, they actually they had a bid for companies to come and bid for so that somebody could take care of the what do you call profit and loss for the American Cricket Board. And the Times of India, the Times Group, they won the bid, and they actually are putting in about $2 billion for cricket in the United States. They're getting stadiums built, turf wickets built, cricket academies. This year, they were supposed to launch the minor league, which has 24 teams across the country. But unfortunately, nature and COVID had a different story to tell. So that's been held up. Next year, if this would have happened this year, next year, they would have had the 8 teams play. That would be the men's cricket, like an IPL sort of tournament.
Okay. And if I may ask, since how long you're playing NJ cricket or club cricket for New Jersey?
Ever since I landed in New Jersey, so 1999, I've been playing or being involved. Now I'm only involved. I don't play anymore. Yeah.
And also,
It's great to.
And for our non-cricketing nation, especially in US, there are a lot of people who don't know what is cricket. So what we can do on IBM TV to approach them on making a cricket a bigger game in non-cricketing nations, as well as people who don't play cricket in the US? What do you think we should do?
No, now basically whoever wants to play cricket, they have to be registered with the the American Cricket Board. And if you're not a member of the American Cricket Board, you cannot play or represent any team or league. So things are getting all very, very organized now. And thanks to ICC, which came here. I'm sure Ashok will also tell us a good story because he's been involved also, sitting in Albany. He initially started cricket with Edison Cricket Club with us, but as he moved on to Albany now.
Yeah. So I think Ashok is having a problem with the connectivity. I'll make him join again. But before that, can you also let us know how many cricket clubs are there in America? Maybe a number, how many leagues or how many cricket clubs we have in US?
It's difficult to say, but I think it's close to 1,000. Close to
So that's
1,000.
what I told you. I mean, there are thousands of leagues going around, thousands of cricket teams, and there are a lot of leagues. And I think I don't have the numbers, but there are a lot of players play cricket, mostly from South Asian countries. They go. I mean, they visit US and they start playing for these leagues. And I think Ashok can take us more about what's happening in US cricket. Ashok.
Well, I missed a part of the conversation, but the initial part, what I heard, definitely, I mean, with the new formation of USA Cricket with the backing of ICC, there seems to be a streamlined process now. And they're also trying to get a group of younger players get ready to fill those positions. And what I hear recently is about the 2028 Olympics. If cricket is going to be part of Olympics, that's going to be a big news for American cricket. So if that comes to reality, then the under 17, under 19 guys, whoever right now, that's going to be the future in the next 7-8 years. So that's what should be the aim realistically, and I think that's what the USA Cricket concentration is for now. Otherwise, there are a lot of grassroots level cricket. Of course, they're in pockets in dense areas only at this point. If you take example of New York, majority of the cricket is played in New York City, and then recently we have got the capital district has some cricket going on here. Otherwise, it was predominantly New York City-based cricket leagues. So slowly spreading outside the major cities, but still, like in any cricketing nation, I guess, majority of the cricket is played in the major cities to begin with.
And when we talk about cricket in US, do you think 2020 will take over those one days, or do you still think that US can be a good one-day team in coming future?
Well, like we all know, time is money and time is essence here. So T20 version probably better suited. If you go down to the school level, maybe something that can be completed within 45 minutes to 60-minute window. So they have to be innovative, definitely. I mean, the shorter formats are better. And then we see even the T10 leagues formed across the globe now. So it's going to be shorter and shorter. For traditional cricketing brains, it may sound like it's nowhere closer to a real cricket game. But yes, considering the time and demand, T20 should be the ideal format.
No, and also you have to keep in mind that if you want to promote the game in this country, generally speaking, Americans have a span of only 3.5 hours, like baseball. So if you want the Americans to get involved too and enjoy the game, you have to have 2020.
Yes.
And Atul, if we can compare NFL or NBA with cricket in US, because cricket is religion in India and especially in South Asia, and a lot of countries play cricket. But when we compare the two major economies, China and US, they are not the cricketing nations. Although South Asians are playing cricket in US, but it's not still a major sport because people are, over and above talking about NFL and NBA, and they think that people across the world they follow NFL and NBA, but it's not the case in India. We even don't know the name of the NFL players, but we know the cricket players around the world. So, where do you see the cricket is growing and how we can compete with the NFL in a larger format? And also, I would like to mention that if you remember, the last World Cup is one of the most highest viewership sporting event in the world. But the lot of sporting nations don't know about it. That cricket is one of the most viewership, number of viewership in the world right now.
Actually, cricket is the second largest game viewed after soccer. And like you said, a lot of countries don't know. The reason why cricket is viewed so much and the and the viewership is so high because 1.3 billion Indians follow it. That's a simple reason.
Oh, you talking about all ANKIDS fans? Those are all ANKIDS fans too. 1.3 billion. Yeah, that's
But
So there you are.
we had 1.3 billion fans.
apart from 1.3 billion in India, we have 300 million outside India as well.
Yes. But mind you, cricket was played in America. When the colonization took place, most of the people at those times, they used to play cricket. And the first unofficial game between two countries was played in America, in New York City, between US and Canada. I think it was 1836. I'm not sure, but it was the 18th century. So
1844.
and
1844.
1844.
Yeah.
There you are, yeah. So
Yes.
and the United States has the oldest cricket museum in the world, and America has given a lot to cricket. I mean, we all talk about swing bowling.
Yeah.
It was developed in the United States.
Wow. There you go.
Yeah. So there is a huge history of cricket. Cricket lost out because it was a very long game in those days. In those days, it was not a 5-day game. They would play 10 days, till 2 innings are over. And it was for the rich to play only. So
See, I
therefore,
always thought that too. I thought cricket was a rich man's game, just like chess.
it
I
was
thought
a rich man's game
chess was a
in those
brainy
days.
game. So
You're right. And so what happened was, since people could not play cricket, especially in the ghettos in Brooklyn and Bronx and all those places, they started playing rounders, which was again a bat and ball game. And because of space, they didn't have enough space to start playing rounders. And so baseball was born at that point of time. And they were playing, even then they had the rivalry between New York and Boston. If I remember correctly, New York used to play in a circle, Boston used to play in a square.
Oh.
And they couldn't decide how to play because they wanted to play each other. So while that argument was going on, New Jersey turned around and told them, "You come here, we have a diamond." And that's how the diamond stuck with baseball. So that's a little bit. I think cricket will pick up because, especially the game 2020, it's a fast game. I mean, I've gone to a lot of baseball games and all. Baseball is very slow, and it's the reason why it is slow. It is only because it's a pitcher's game.
Yeah.
Cricket, fortunately, is a batter's game, and in a 2020 game, you will see the ball fly all the time. Every couple of minutes, the ball is hit out of the park. That's what people like. They love seeing a ball hit out of the park. And I think
that's
it will
cool.
Yeah. And when you're talking out of the park, it's almost 75 yards from where the batter is standing. So it's a huge hit.
Let's kind of talk about the rules of the game just a little bit. Again, it's not something that I'm familiar with. So let's kind of talk about that. What does that mean when the ball goes out of the park?
6.
Like in baseball, it's a diamond. Yeah. You have a diamond field in baseball.
Okay.
In cricket, you have an oval.
Okay.
And you have a pitch where the batter is playing. The entire boundary of that oval is 75 yards.
Right.
So when the ball is hit in the air and it crosses the boundary, it's a 6. But you can also score a 4 if the ball is hit all around the ground. So there are two ways you can score the big scoring games.
Right.
And there are 2 bases in cricket, and the batter will hit. He can take a single 2. He can take single. He can take double runs. He can take three runs. He need not have to hit the ball all the time. He can leave the ball also if he wants to.
Yeah.
So it's
And
slightly
also,
different.
if we compare Ashok pitcher with the bowling, what do you think the speed between the balls in baseball as compared to cricket?
Well, I think with the T20 emerging, there are a lot of variations more than just the speed. Of course, the speeds go at I think around close to like 70 to 80 miles per hour. Some of them like 140, 150 kilometers. But on an average, you will find 130, 140 bowlers mostly, kilometers wise. But I think with the cricket emerging as a T20 fast-paced game, it's more than just one-dimensional. It's a lot of variation that you would see, and a lot of emphasis on fielding these days. You've never seen so much quality fielding on a cricket field that you see in the last 4 or 5 years. Every player that on the ground, you could be dropped just because you're not a good fielder. You could be a best batsman, best bowler, but if you're not a good fielder, you don't fit for that format. So fielding has become
Now,
a lot more important.
just for Kimberly, we should explain to her, like in baseball, you have the batters, you have pitchers separate, and then you have fielders which are separate. In cricket, you have 11 players, and that 11 players will be they'll all play. All the 11 will play, and in that they will have a combination of batters, bowlers, and fielders. So all of them will field.
Yeah.
The cricket ball is harder. It's a leather ball, like you have in baseball. It's a little harder than the baseball.
Okay.
And the difference between fielding in baseball, you field with a glove. In cricket, it's bare hands.
Yes, that's true. That's a very valid point. Yeah.
That's why they say, there is a saying, the saying goes as, big men play cricket, the boys play baseball.
Wait, I have to say, you know what? The girls play baseball too. I prefer gloves because that ball stings. I don't care if it's hollow; it's going to hurt when it hits, right? Does it sting?
But there's an art of fielding actually,
especially at 50 miles per hour. Whack, right?
Yeah.
No, like he said, like Ankit said, there is an art of holding the ball and catching the ball. Yeah, sometimes you are not following this procedure because you just want to grab the ball at that point of time. Right. You do get injured, and you have swollen hands, but that's part of cricket. Everybody accepts it.
Big boys play ball, cricket, and boys play.
And also, play baseball. That's a gentleman's game basically, because when a batter starts batting and he's batting beautifully, it's like a gentleman. He's just playing the shots all across the ground. Down the ground and taking all the singles. And then when a batter play for around 6 to 8 hours, you'll see how they batted. I mean, they batted in that cold and humid and hot weather, and they just play the ball with the merit, and they just go along with the ball. So sometimes people
definitely watch a game, even though they're not playing new games. I will make a point this weekend to watch a cricket game so I can get a feel for it. I kind of grew up with baseball. It was a sport that even the girls were allowed to play. We weren't allowed to play football, so but we could, even though softball is like more of the girls' sport. We were allowed to play baseball in the smaller towns. But anyway, it's interesting. It seems high energy, like you burn a lot of calories in cricket, right?
Yeah. You do burn a lot of calories, and women do play cricket too.
Oh, do they?
Yes.
Okay.
The girls' cricket is picking up. Yes.
Actually, to tell you the truth, when cricket was invented, when it started, it was a women's game. The women actually started cricket.
Yeah,
it was milkmaids in UK and in Netherlands. In those days, they used to have a triangular stool to sit on to milk the cows. So they just converted it and made them wickets, and that's how they started the game. So milkmaids in the 14th century put the game together.
Wow, there you go. See, women, we got something going for us anyway. What's interesting to me though is the talk about how this is in the USA, even though it kind of maybe really kind of originated here. But is it in the universities? Like, do you
Yes.
you have probably the young kids that you teach, and then you have the high school, sports. Is it in the universities where like the kids can get the scholarship and things like that?
Right now, there are no scholarships, but there are universities like Columbia, New York, and you name them. They all play among themselves,
Okay.
but they still have to have the, when I used to hold coaching camps for kids, most of the parents would come up and ask me, we love them to play this game, but is there a scholarship?
Yep.
So right now there is no scholarships, but I think ICC is getting involved in that and trying to get schools and colleges together to build a scholarship.
Okay.
So we
No,
have,
and I think it needs to be, because I think every sport needs to be supported. And it shouldn't just be football, baseball, and rowing and volleyball. They all get scholarships. I think if a student is skilled enough to play any of the sports, they should get a scholarship. So
Absolutely.
Well,
so we got a
I don't know
question for
the
you.
entire. Sorry, I don't know the entire truth behind it, but I think the NCAA, the whole governing body of youth sports, right?
Mhm.
With NCAA, not cricket is not being part of it. Probably that's where a majority of the loss is for the youth. But if USA Cricket or one of the neutral bodies can think in that direction, probably it will bring in a lot of youth to engage in the sport.
Okay. Yeah, we're really gonna well, maybe we can get some games played on IBM TV. Maybe get some live games going so we can all get back out to physical, back together again outside of COVID. How do you foresee maybe being able to pick up cricket? I gather it's mostly a summer sport, but do you think is it played through the fall and things like that?
No,
Sorry, was that
actually,
at me?
anyway, any of us.
What's the
Ashok, go ahead.
cricket?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, no, go ahead. No, please, yeah. No, it was breaking in between. No, I lost it. So
Okay, that's okay.
go ahead.
Well, I was
No,
just curious if it's what season is the primary for this sport. What's primary season?
in the US, it is in the summer, but all around the world, it's played 360 days.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, if it, like in England, it's not played in the winter because it's just too cold to play.
Yeah.
So
but
we have
I would like to add one more thing that
Yeah.
if you're in India, people are playing cricket 365 days, day and night. It's not about
Yeah,
day only;
they
they play
play.
at night as well.
Yeah.
So that is
Well,
cricket all about.
that brings up a good point actually. In the Middle East, especially in Dubai, the night
Yeah,
cricket is very famous. I'm sure Atul knows more about it. So
Yes.
yeah.
because the night cricket has a lot of heavy tournaments throughout the night, especially during the Ramadan season.
wow.
Yes, no, but also in the summer when the temperatures used to be 110 Fahrenheit, we used to still play.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's what I call swimming weather. So I'd rather be in the swimming. I'm more of an individual sport person. I like the team sports, but I was always an individual. Ice skater and swimming were my two, and snow skiing. But anyway, no, this is fun because this is something different. Even Nick is, saying, "Hey, let's get more cricket in
yeah.
here," because not many people really understand the game. Now we had a question. How do you, it says, "Hey, do you know the top 3 richest cricketers in the world? Who are the top 3 richest?"
So that's a question
Well,
from our viewers.
that varies every year, of course, but most I would say whoever is majorly playing for Indian cricket or IPL, that to be one of the richest because that's where most of the earnings are. As far as the last knowledge goes, I think it was between Sachin Tendulkar and MS Dhoni to be the richest cricketer. But now Virat
Yeah.
Kohli has been in 3 formats and IPL captain. I'm sure Virat Kohli must be earning more.
But also, can we say that the top 3 cricketers, I mean, the richest cricketers come from India?
I don't hesitate to say that. Yeah, I
So,
don't hesitate to
but
say that. Yeah.
we had a guest on our show a couple of days ago, podcast Thursday, and she was from South Africa. Am I right?
Yeah.
And she shared with us her favorite cricketer person. Let's see if you know this person. Hold on. I think Ankit knew who it was, but this is her favorite. So Chris Gale.
Chris Gale, yeah.
So she just thinks he rocks. So I guess every country has their favorite favorite star in cricket. It sounds like.
So Atul, I'll tell you what's happening in IBM TV. Generally, when we have a person coming from a different country, we ask them two questions. Do you know who is Shah Rukh Khan? And the other question is, do you follow cricket? Most of the people they don't know about cricket and they don't know about Shah Rukh Khan. So the girl from Jamaica, she knows about cricket and she knows about Shah Rukh Khan as well. So that's why we were a little shocked to see.
Well, I know about cricket, but who is Shah Rukh Khan?
Ooh, not good.
No, actually, I know who Shah Rukh Khan is, but I'm trying to show my love for cricket because for me, Bollywood is not important.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I think cricket's a little more healthier, right?
Absolutely.
And I like sports that I can go out and watch the sport. I'm not a at home sit on the couch sports fan. I do not do that well. If I watch anything, it's probably like the end season games, like the World Series. I'll watch the end, but if I want to see the game, I want to be there because you want to feel the excitement. You want to hear the ball crack and see the sweat, so to speak.
And the most important thing is in sports, whichever sports you're playing, you don't get a take. In movies, you will get many takes before you get it perfectly right.
Oh, and they cut and edit. That's what I tell people. They cut and edit. We don't even do that on our show, right? We did no cut and editing. We are live all the way. Sports is the same way. Yeah, you don't get a retake. But that's what makes it fun and real, right? And it's not one of those sports where it's judged based on prejudice either, right? It is whether you win or lose. It's the game is played. A lot of times, I guess people blame referees and stuff, but at the end of the day, it's who got out there and won the most points or whatever, and that's what's great about it. And so the Olympics are being are they doing the postponement on this? Is that what I hear?
Yeah, the cricket is not played in the Olympics as yet. But the Olympics itself is going to get delayed, and we are supposed to have the World Cup.
The World Cup, right?
In October, so that's going to take place in Australia. At this point in time, we're not sure whether it will be held in October. Yeah.
Willie's there. We can get Willie.
It might get postponed.
TV.
We one of our board of advisors is from Australia. So we discuss about cricket, but we need more people to join and work towards a cricket show and a cricket channel on IBM TV. But also, I would like to know from Ashok and Atul that we would also like to discuss or share with our viewers when a cricket game plays in India or maybe somewhere in Eden Garden or maybe in Melbourne, MCG. What is the crowd attendance as compared to the sports in NFL and soccer?
Go ahead, Atul. I'll join you. You start.
Well, in Australia, recently during the Women's World Cup, Australia and India were the two teams in the finals.
Yeah.
They had 90,000 spectators in the stadium.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, that is amazing.
And India just built a stadium that is gonna. Yeah, India just built a new stadium that is gonna accommodate 110,000 people in stands.
Yeah, the new stadium. Yeah.
Yes.
Nick, did you hear that? Did you hear how bad? I know Nick's listening. This is the kind of data you want. It's like, should I invest in cricket? That's a lot. Can I ask you something? So, like, with baseball, the big food is hot dogs, right? You know, you go to baseball to get a hot dog. What's the big food for cricket? You got to have a food.
Actually,
Well,
there's
it
no.
all depends on the country, right? Yeah, there is nothing. There is nothing really specific. It depends on. South Africa is big in cricket too. Like you were talking about the lady earlier, or in Australia, England. England, you go and fish and chips. In South Africa,
Fish and
I'm
chips.
sure they got some curry flavors too. Yeah.
No, I was curious because that's the big thing when I go to a baseball game.
But Kim, I tell you when yes, Atulya, please go ahead.
In England, when England and Australia are playing, generally the top class will be drinking champagne,
Yes.
and the rest will be drinking beer.
That's the
So it's basically
PGA.
more drinks than
You go to the PGA tournament, right? Golf, you drink champagne and whiskey and.
But there is one more aspect. When you watch cricket in India, a lot of people start their day at around 4 in the morning, and they don't eat and drink anything because if they go out, their seat which they book it's gone.
Yeah.
So they have all the food in their pockets, and then whatever they can do it while watching the game, they can do that. If they don't have food, they will just watch the game.
Wow. And it starts at 4 in the morning?
Because we have to be a couple of hours before at the stadium so that there are a lot of security checks and a lot of things. And then once you move fast, you'll get a good seat.
So can I wear my PJs when I go? That's early. No, my son used to ride horses. My son is a horseback rider, and he was a state champion and international silver medalist. And we would start at 4 or 5 in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. We were heading to get the horses, and we would literally be at the shows until 10 o'clock at night, just making sure the horses are okay. Then we go to bed and get back up and do it all over again. I get it. I do. I get it. And you know what's important though is as Shook shared with us is this sport, and as Atul was saying, you're playing in all weathers. It doesn't matter how hot it gets. Is the hydration. This is something I watch time and again. Our horseback riders just pass out from dehydration. And I could not emphasize enough. I would bring just cases of water. I even got to where I brought a big, huge water cooler to the barns and to the shows because they weren't, they would just pass out from. So that's very important in your sport, isn't it?
Absolutely. In fact, one more thing I wanted to talk about is in Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa, in the stadium, they will have an area which has no bleachers. So people can come there, bring their barbecue sets, barbecue, and watch the game too.
So they let you barbecue? They don't let us do that on the soccer fields. We have open soccer fields like that but wow, that is cool. And kid, I want to do that. So when I come to India,
not in India. It's not in India. It's not in India. In India, it's difficult to get a seat. Okay, I'll tell you one more thing. Whenever there's a game in Delhi, so in Delhi, the stadium capacity is around 40,000 odd, basically.
Okay.
And people who buy tickets, they are standing outside because we have 45,000 VIPs sitting inside the game, inside the stadium. And people who bought tickets, they are standing out waiting for their turn to get inside the stadium. But there are a lot of VIPs in Delhi, especially in India. So they all get the VIP passes and they are watching the game.
Okay. So I want to go do some of that cooking out by the game. That sounds cool. We do tailgating for football.
One of the games in
that here in America we do tailgating and stuff, but not.
But that can be done in Caribbean because Caribbean, West Indies, they are big in cricket. They are the world champions earlier, and they are good in T20 as well now. And they have all sorts of things. Florida is also hosting a lot of international games now for West Indies. So we can go and go watch out at Florida as well whenever there's a game in Florida.
So you know what would be fun would be to go to the World Cup. That would be fun. That would be very, very fun. Yes. Or also maybe just go see a cricket game in every country. That would be kind of fun too. I mean, just to experience the different feel, the different foods, the different crowds. Because I find that everyone I speak with that knows cricket, they get real excited about it. And I think that's interesting because, like Nick says, I never really heard much about cricket until we started this show, and I said, well, that's the difference between doing a national show versus an international, right? We get to talk to people who do things that aren't in America. This is what I said. But so some of the things that I want to understand, and maybe when we do our cricket show next week, we talk about the rules of engagement, maybe get some PowerPoint up, and do some lessons for us newbies. Also, I have to ask this question, Aunt Kit, because I'm on the fantasy football show, right, which might get canceled this year. But does cricket have fantasy cricket?
We have, but it's
Yes,
not.
it does.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, it
Go ahead,
does.
go ahead.
No, so I'm playing fantasy cricket from past maybe 20, 25 years, but I'm not sure it's that big as compared to US because there are different companies who are doing it. So, I mean, but I think that if we have a global fantasy cricket game with a big company, it will still work. There are a lot of followers they play it. I mean,
I was just thinking, it might be cool to get a fantasy cricket talk show going, right?
Not only a fantasy cricket is there, but also e-cricket is there.
yeah,
E-cricket. Okay, and see, I don't know what that is, but what we could do maybe is get a talk show going, which we got a talk show going about cricket now, but maybe pick that up as well. But this is all like so interesting because it is so global. You don't see football in every country. You don't see. You might see baseball in a lot of countries, but and soccer's in almost every country. But cricket is everywhere. I had no idea. It was so funny when we had the people from Africa on it. Oh, cricket! It's like, yeah. So, so I got a question to ask all of you guys. You remember tomorrow's Mother's Day, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Just want to make sure you guys
Happy
remember
Mother's Day,
Mother's Day. Do the moms, are cricket moms as crazy as baseball and football moms?
yes.
Are they? Because sport moms can be crazy, right? So cricket moms are crazy too, huh?
There are a lot of stories
in
about moms. Basically, I think Atul must be having more details. Yes.
About what?
About moms and cricket.
Yeah. In most of the games, you have the soccer moms or your baseball moms. In cricket, you have actually both the parents.
Yeah.
Parents. Cricket parents.
Yeah, you have the mothers who are crazy about cricket, and you have the father also. So it's
So you got the cricket parents
running after the cricket parents.
Yeah, because I'll tell you what, baseball moms and soccer moms and football moms, man, we some crazy women. But anyway, I'm excited. I'm excited about watching my first, because I've never watched a cricket game before, so I will watch it tonight. Any recommendations for an old game that you guys really liked? Anyone that?
So share some game links.
Yeah, share me some game links, or send them to Ankit and he'll send them to me. This is my email. If anybody wants it, I will post it in private chat, not on live. But if you want to send me some links of a game or two that you guys thought was like, don't share that, Ankit. Please don't post that. But yeah, I meant to go to private chat. But it's exciting to talk about. Maybe we can build up on it and go to a big cricket game when this is over. I'm going to head up to New York to visit my son. I'll head over to New Jersey and definitely visit everyone and visit everyone while I'm up in New York.
So there was one of the success stories a couple of weeks ago. I was listening to her podcast. One of these younger girls, I think she's 15, 16 maybe, the USA female cricketer, Geetika. You're talking about the moms. I heard how much her parents, especially mom, had to do to make this girl an international cricketer at that early age. It's a years of dedication and behind these kids. I'm sure as a soccer mom or with your son being involved in a sport. You know how it is.
Oh, it is. And what's devastating is when the universities don't support it, right? When they don't, they don't give you a scholarship for it. You spend thousands and thousands of dollars for a really good, skilled, talented athlete. Even people don't think a horseback rider is an athlete. They are. And let me tell you what, you control an 1,800-pound beast. That's what I tell people. It takes stronger legs than most Taekwondo people have. But I tell you, any athlete should be supported, and it shouldn't just be a particular set of sport programs. I think they all should be, because I think it takes a lot. It's not just fun. It takes a lot of dedication, a lot of work. And when you learn to play a sport like this and you've been coached, you become great coaches, right? When you have been part of a sport league and you've learned how to grow up into it, you become a good leader. You become a teacher in that sport, probably. So no, it's not great. I got a question though. Do they get paid as good in the more professional end of cricket? Do they get paid as good as, say, the NFL players do?
No, I think the NFL is still very, very good paymasters. Cricket is a little behind on that, but the Indian cricketers, they don't get paid that well, but the sponsorship deals they get for being ambassadors for their product is phenomenal.
No, okay. I'm always shocked at the amount of money people get paid in the.
But cricketers get a lot of, a lot of jobs and a lot of different sponsorships and a lot of different acts while be a cricketer and post cricket as well. Because coaching is one of them, broadcasting, commentating, teaching, and then a lot of things. And I think, as Atul said, that e-cricket is one of the, growing cricket shows, and also there are a lot of cricket games around on Gamers Den as well. So there are a lot of things to be done by cricketers, and they get good payment, not in terms of NFL, but they have good amount of pay where they can live their livelihood in a good way.
Exactly.
So the example, Ankit, if I can add on to that, the example is some of the cricketers, especially nowadays in the domestic cricket, they live just on the cricket income.
Yeah.
They're making just based on cricket income. They play 2 months of cricket in IPL, and that's it. That's enough for them for the rest of the year.
But you know that they get good amount of money, and then they also play a lot of private leagues, and then also there's also, because cricket is now, it's not about a free game now. Whenever people go, they get paid out of it. I still remember when I used to play for NJ Cricket for my club Mavericks. But apart from the club cricket, I used to do umpiring for a lot of matches with Atul and with a lot of other leagues, and then I got to pay $100 a match. So people are earning like that only. It's good. I was enjoying cricket. I was on the stadium. I was with the players, and then I get paid as well. So it's like, apart from cricketers, we require a lot of other infrastructure. So we have umpires, then we have a lot of referees, and then we have a lot of people who manage the logistics and things like that. And cricket, if you talk about cricket, when it's come professionally, we need a lot of people who support us as a team. So if you talk about a professional team, I think apart from cricket, like 15, 20 players, they must be having 50 of support staff, which those people are helping them and making them ready for the game.
Right.
Cricket is, like.
No, it's not. Everybody just thinks it's just the players a game. It's everything. You got to have people who maintain the fields. You got to have people who maintain the stadiums. If not stadiums, just maintain the whole area. You got to have parking. I don't know about India, but you got to have parking somewhere here in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
So any sport that has a huge following, that becomes the big problem. So I'm excited that it's growing here in the U.S. I'm looking forward to not just watching my first game on TV, but maybe when things have opened up and I can head up north, I can attend a game with my two friends here, and
all that will be, you'll be welcome, but it all depends on Mr. COVID-19.
Yeah, Mr. COVID. So hear me out on this. We're coming up with solutions, and I foresee if we go to testing, we can get back to life. We just have to start testing. Even the White House is testing every day. So I think if we get to testing and we control it, keep the fire ups, like flare ups we can get back to life. You can go back to having a stadium game. You could go back to coaching the kids. You could, I think because sports build our immunity. So I think disabling the sports industry was wrong. I really do. I think if you want to enable our immune system, you got to keep the sports going. What are you doing to tell your athletes right now to exercise at home every day? Are you coaching them? Are you on Zoom with them? Are you guys doing any of that?
Actually, not. I don't think so. Anybody is doing. But in Germany, the soccer league has started, and what they did was because there are no spectators, they sold $20 tickets, and any of us could actually get our cardboard cutout. They will make it, and we will be placed in the stadium. So the stadium is going to be full, all buying it for $20, and they're going to have sound effects of people cheering and this and that, and they will have cheerleaders. So the players will not miss the viewers at all.
They won't miss the crowd. How lovely is that? We were talking about the different things people were doing. I love that idea. They're making a cutout of me going, yay.
Yep.
I think that is awesome. I think if the coaches should get their teams on Zoom, and I think every day you need to do calisthenics. I think all the kids need to get together for discipline purposes. The teams need to get together on Zoom every day as if they're going to practice, right? And I think you need to make them do jumping jacks, push-ups, run in place.
They are doing. I'll tell you, in India, all the Indian players. We are following all the players across. So they have a training program, and they are doing it at their home and following all the right practices. In fact, a lot of people and lot of cricketers, they have a backyard where they have a small cricket practice session they do every day. So cricketers know how to make themselves available. If there's a match tomorrow, all the cricketers are ready for tomorrow's match. That's how ready they are right now.
No, okay.
So most of the people so most of them who run the academies, the youth academies, they do get together on the virtual classes, like you said, Kim. So they do all these regular routines for an hour or so. And also the people at the professional level, I'm sure their coaches already have their schedule set up, and they are in contact with the professional players, as far as I know, with at least locally here, because it's more than physical conditioning, right? It's also the mental aspect of the player. A professional player who's been engaged in a sport for years, they are used to a certain routine, and now all of a sudden everything is closed and they have no motivation to look up to. So these are the things I'm sure there are a lot of professional sports, not only cricket. I'm sure they're engaged in those aspects.
No, I think that's, part of the whole thing is the team, right? It's one thing if you exercise individually and by yourself and your self-discipline, which not many people have that self-discipline built into them at a young age, but it's that you do it, like you said, mentally as a team. That's very, very important. And I think that it's just going to be the way, unfortunately, the world is turning us. But I really think that there are a lot of positive things happening. I don't know if you had a chance to, but we had doctors several times this week say the same thing, that it's not going to be about the vaccines. It's going to be about our immunity, and that we have to learn how to live with the viruses moving forward. And I think the best way to do it, don't take this wrong, is to exercise as hard as you can, play the sports, and sweat it out. 100, 2-degree weather, and you're out there running around playing cricket, you're going to sweat the germ out. We used to do that when I was younger. They'd always say, here, drink some orange juice and go sweat out the virus. But I think that's what we're going to have to do. I think, I hope that they return the sports, even if it's the teams are on the field. I hope that they do that. I think they're hurting us by not letting us play sports. So, but that's my
Yes,
opinion.
right.
What's your opinion, Ankit?
So,
Yeah.
like you said, Kimberly, the sports will come back. All of us will be sitting in a stadium and watching. It's just a matter of time. I think sometime mid next year, things will be back to normal.
So
It all depends on how fast the vaccine comes out.
Yeah. True.
Well, I don't think we're going to rely on a vaccine. I think we're going to rely on testing and managing. Because I personally, I don't know about you guys, but if you're an athlete, I don't want to be a guinea pig for the vaccine. See, they're pushing it way too fast. They're not testing it. So
Yeah.
I think we're just going to have to learn good habits, re-engage as a community, and manage. But I think we can get back to playing football, baseball, cricket, all of these sports, and especially the outdoor sports. Can I ask you a question? Has cricket ever played indoors?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I just think that the outdoor sports in particular, but just sports in particular, we need to get back. That's how we build our immune system. You know, you eat healthier when you play sports. You should, right? You hydrate more. You sweat more. Your immune system should go up. I'm an advocate for getting back onto sports, even if we don't get back to school. School is not healthy.
The big caveat here with the cricket is, the cricket ball, the way cricket ball is used, most of the cricketers would know. It may sound strange, but we apply saliva, we apply sweat on a cricket ball to keep the condition of the ball. So yes, so that directly affects, especially during the pandemic period, it directly affects every contact, right? So that is where the problem is, and I'm sure so many sports have a certain level of contact, whether it is person to person or an object. So I mean, when it comes to cricket, you're touching a ball that's applied by somebody's saliva, and then you're using that, and then so that's where the problem is right now.
So you give a new meaning to spitball. All right, got it. So, but no, I get it. You know what? You see a real hard athlete out there; they're sweating. And the slava does build up in them. I mean, it's a sweaty sport. So I think we need to get back into it. I think next week needs to be more about the rules of the game and teaching us about each player. Like if we have maybe if you guys got a little slide show about it, or we could even play a video of one of your games and you can point to us and tell us what people are doing. I think that would help and get us going.
We are planning a couple of different shows for cricket. So first show could be for Cricketing Nation, where we are doing the basic discussion what's going on right now with cricket, so that people who knows about cricket, they can easily connect. And also the other show is all about non-cricketing nations, where we'll do the slides and we'll showcase the videos and we will point it out that how it's going to play. And also we can have one more show about e-cricket, where we'll talk about how we can capture e-cricket. But I'll tell you, apart from playing cricket on the ground, we can play cricket anywhere. We started with a book cricket, where we have a book and whenever we open that book, there's a number coming up, the page number, and that is how we count the runs.
Okay.
Cricket is different ways basically, and people are playing it starting from their 1-year-old to maybe 100-year-old guy. I mean, all play cricket at any point of time. Yeah.
Kind of like chess. So yeah, cricket on the board. That's fine. Let's get it going and learn how we can engage people at home. If that's the case, let's do it.
And we're expecting a lot of international and domestic players in our next coming shows. So let's see how it goes. How we
so I think it's time to wrap up.
Yes,
do we have our ambassador?
Yeah, let's play.
You guys are gonna love.
हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अच्छू अच्छू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का।
That was a social ambassador from India, and he shares a lot of good practices. And thank you for joining us today. And we'll see you soon. And cricket show is coming certainly every Saturday. We just have to fix our time. And thank you, Atul, and thank you, Ashok, for joining us. And we'll look forward to see you next week. Thank you. Take care. Stay calm.
Thank you.
Stay at home.
Thank you for having us. Yeah,
Thank
thank you
you.
for having me.
Thank you for having us.
Take care.